their fair share of the time to present their evidence. There are charges or accusations that the governor was not willing to work with the members of the county assembly. But this morning, according to the legal team yesterday when they are presenting their case, is that they have evidence of how the governor tried to, reach out to these members of the county assembly of Meru County. But of course, it is the MCAs who did not want to meet up with the governor. This is according to the legal team, and they say they have evidence to that effect. The other thing concerning the video clips, especially on the allegations of appointments that were done by the roadside during the cross-examination, we saw the MCA, who is the mover of that motion of the impeachment for the governor of Meru County, being cross-examined and was put to task to explain a number of issues. For instance, the issue on the two memoranda that had a similar wording at the same time also had a similar mistake. There was also the issue that came up on the appointments, on whether those who have so far been allegedly appointed by the roadside by the governor, whether they have been receiving pay or any benefits to that effect. And this morning, the governor's side now will be taking the stand to present any witnesses if they had. On Tuesday, we saw the county assembly side presenting 4 of the witnesses, aside from the video clips that they played before the committee. As you can see, that is the Senate chambers. This particular hearing, the impeachment proceedings hearing, is taking place at the Senate chambers. And as you can see, is that preparations are underway. Members or either party that is concerned with this hearing is walking into the chambers. From the legal teams of both sides, we are yet to see the committee members. It is an 11-member committee led by Kakamega Senator Honorable Boni Halwale and 11 other members. We are yet to see them walk into the chambers. As you can see, legal teams from both sides there greeting each other. The session is about to begin, and it will begin with Governor Kawira's legal team presenting its evidence. 5 charges were leveled against Governor Kawira Mwangaza. She is already there, as you can see. She was also present yesterday, and this morning she is also around. Today is the second day and will be marking the last day. 2 days have been set aside for this hearing by the committee that was given this mandate by the Senate, and it will be writing its report after this to table before the whole Senate House on 30th. So preparations are still on. Members are yet to come into the chambers, but parties that are concerned with this impeachment, both legal team and governor herself, is already in. 5 charges were leveled against her. For instance, the nepotism, illegal appointments, unlawful dismissal, and usurpation of constitutional and statutory functions of county organs. The members saying that there was gross misconduct and gross violation of Articles 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution, and yet gross violation of Section 17 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, grossly violation of Sections 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Governments Act, gross violation of Section 6 and 11 of the Meru County Youth Service Act. Remember the issue of the appointments, where the governor is said to have appointed her husband to head the Meru County Youth Service. And of course, lots of discussion came about on that issue. And according to Kawira governor, from the clips that were being played, of course, Kenyans heard her saying that she will not or be giving out any payment to this appointment or appointee that at this point is her husband, who was to be heading the Meru County Youth Service. But this morning, the legal team has, of course, a difficult time also to defend themselves from all these charges. The first charge is on the nepotism and illegal appointments. There is also another charge. The second charge is on incitement, bullying, vilification, and misleading campaigns against other leaders. In this case, the governor is said to have grossly violated Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution, grossly violation of Section 19 of the Public Office Ethics Act, grossly violated Section 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, and repeatedly engaged in gross misconduct by, for instance, here holding public vilification, incitement, and humiliation rallies against members of the Assembly and other elected leaders, falsely accusing members of the Assembly and other elected leaders of cartelism, blackmail, greed, corruption, and intimidation. That is the legal team of Governor Kawira just having a chat on how they will be presenting their evidence, what material they will be playing, if they have any video clips that they will be playing, if they have any witnesses that they will be putting on the stand to tell the story that is on their side. A third charge that was leveled against Governor Kawira Mwangaza on Tuesday as the County Assembly legal team was presenting its case is that there was forceful entry into the Assembly precincts and mobilization of unlawful riots against members of the Assembly. This one raising issues on the governor and her husband that they grossly violated Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution, a grossly violation of Sections 5 and 7 of the County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act 2017. And she's also said to have engaged in gross misconduct by forcefully entering the precincts of the Assembly, falsely accusing members of the Assembly and other elected leaders of cartelism, blackmail, greed, corruption, and intimidation, organizing a violent demonstration against the members of the Assembly at the Assembly precincts, and addressing a riotous crowd at the precincts of the Assembly. All these are charges that were read to her, that is Governor Kawira Mwangaza, yesterday when the County Assembly legal team was presenting its case before the Special Senate Committee. And these are some of the charges that the legal team of Kawira Mwangaza will be seeking to rule out and perhaps present its evidence that will be defending their client. Remember yesterday when they were responding to the charges, they said all these were political witch hunt and that there is no evidence that merits the impeachment of Governor Kawira Mwangaza. So all said and done, of course, the committee is out here to listen to both sides, but what will determine, of course, is again the evidence that will be presented by the accusers, of course, and the ones who are defending the governor, to see whether the evidence that will be presented will amount to impeachment or impeaching Governor Kawira. There is another charge on the misconduct relating to nomination of County Executive Committee members. The governor is said to have engaged in gross misconduct and grossly violated Articles 10, 73, 75 of the Constitution, a gross violation of Section 10, subsection 1 of the Public Appointments County Assemblies Approval Act 2017, and grossly violated Sections 3, 4, and 10, and 11 of Meru County Retention Enhancement Fund Act 2016 by number one, vilifying members of the Assembly for refusing to approve some county executive committee, commonly referred to as CECs, nominees at a public rally held at Kiangua in Igoji West Ward. There is also the accusation on falsely accusing members of the Assembly of shortchanging Kasti Micheni and other nominees for the appointment to the CEC position, illegally instructing Kasti Micheni to usurp the statutory functions of the Igoji West Ward Retention Enhancement Fund Committee by identifying the persons that would benefit from county bursary funds, failing to submit names of other candidates to the county assembly for approval for appointment to the CEC. Because after the assembly rejected some nominees, there is also that she is said to have failed to submit names of other candidates to the county assembly for approval for appointment to the CEC after the assembly rejected nominees, reorganizing her government to 6 departments and 3 CEC members after rejection of some nominees, instead of submitting names of other candidates to the county assembly for approval. Those are just but a few of the charges and accusations that the governor is facing, and that is what has led to this impeachment proceeding, or this impeachment hearing that is being undertaken by the Senate, of course, within its mandate to handle such issues according to the Constitution. Today marks day 2, and after all that happened yesterday, in the morning and in the afternoon, the better part was for the County Assembly to present its evidence. Remember, the County Assembly is the one that moved this motion and impeached the governor, and of course forwarding this matter to the Senate. This is the final decision for this particular sitting, or this impeachment. Once the report is written, it will be tabled before the whole Senate House, that is on 30th, this Friday. And of course, members will have an opportunity to ventilate on that report, and we will see the way forward with regards to that. What we are currently waiting for is the entry of the special committee, the Senate special committee. As you can see, both teams, both parties are already in. This is the legal team of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. And of course, once the chair of the committee, Senator Boni Halwale, walks in, of course, we will see the other members also coming in, and the sitting will start. It had been scheduled to start at 10. It's 10:16. So, of course, we are waiting for the membership of that committee to be walking in and, of course, take charge for this hearing. Whether the legal team for Honorable Kawira Mwangaza will have any witnesses, it will be its time now to present its witnesses. Whether there are any video clips, whether there are any written materials, that will be its time. This morning will be its time to present all that evidence. At the end of the day, evidence is what will play out, or will determine how this particular case will go. The county assembly side already had its share of presenting its evidence the whole of Tuesday afternoon, a sitting that went all the way late into the night, at least to enable that side wind up on the evidence and witnesses, cross-examination and re-examination of the witnesses, and of course looking at what exactly is in the video clip, what it entails, of course, with regards to the charges that are being leveled against Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. So this morning, Kenyans will be able to understand what the legal team for Honorable Kawira have or has to table before the committee to defend their client, of course, against all the charges that have been leveled against her. There is the charge on the incitement, bullying, vilification, and misleading campaigns against other leaders. This one, Governor is said to have grossly violated Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution, grossly violated Section 19 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, also grossly violated Section 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, and repeatedly engaged in gross misconduct by holding public vilification, incitement, and humiliation rallies against members of the Assembly and other elected leaders. Inciting the public against the members of the Assembly and other elected leaders while knowing that such conduct can easily trigger violent reactions and cause serious breaches of peace. Accusations under this charge, there is also falsely accusing members of the Assembly and other elected leaders of cartelism, blackmail, greed, corruption, and intimidation. The chambers, as you can see, is already full. And the team that is being weighted is the Senate Special Committee, the members of that committee to get into the chambers and, of course, lead the House, or rather lead the different teams into hearing this petition case. Governor Kawira Mwangaza already seated anxiously there and, of course, waiting for the leadership of the committee to walk in and have her legal team present the evidence that they have so far gathered from all the time that the impeachment case began. Governor Kawira Mwangaza is also facing the charge of violation of public finance management laws. And on this charge, she said to have grossly violated Articles 201 and 207, subsection 1 of the Constitution, grossly violated Section 159 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, grossly violated Sections 12 and 24 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, grossly violated Section 16 and 35 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, and is said to have engaged in gross abuse of office by directing the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital to spend all revenue at source, whereas all monies raised or received by or on behalf of the county should be paid into the county revenue fund. She is also said to have engaged in gross abuse of office by issuing waivers on fees at the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital, whereas the County Executive Committee member for Finance is the only person legally empowered to grant such waivers. On this charge, Honorable Governor Kawira Mwangaza is also accused of abuse of office by directing county government officers to participate in furthering and advancing the interest of Baite TV, a media station owned by Mwangaza Advertiser Limited. This is a private company owned by the governor through her close relatives as proxies. So 5 charges that she is facing, all having been detailed in different grounds. And this morning, the legal team will be using the better part of the morning, as a sitting or a session that will go all the way to the afternoon. But at the end of the day, the legal team will have its time to present its evidence. Of course, here trying by all means to counter all these accusations that have been leveled against her 5 charges. And yesterday, its legal team, while responding to these charges, of course, the governor herself had denied all these charges, and its legal team termed all of them as political witch hunt and lack merit to warrant her impeachment. So basically this morning they will be given that opportunity, because yesterday they said they have enough evidence on all these charges, starting from the one that MCS said that the governor does not want to work with the MCAs, and all the way to the one that she made roadside appointments. There was also the issue of public participation, on whether the public participation was done in the correct manner, as we had seen the legal team from Governor Kawira Mwangaza saying that there was a bit of coercion on the side of the members of county assembly. Also, the public did not have enough time to do the public participation, and the legal team said they have enough evidence to that effect. So this morning it will be their turn to counter all those accusations, of course not just by word of mouth, but of course by presenting evidence, whether they will be having any witnesses taking the stand, whether they will be having any material, written material, whether they will be having any video clips to be played. Then this morning they will have that chance. What we are currently waiting for is for the committee, the special committee that is steering this hearing, to walk into the chambers, take their positions, and of course call the House in this case to order and start the hearing. And of course it will be the legal team for the Governor Kawira Mwangaza taking the time to present their evidence on, or rather before the committee. Governor Kawira Mwangaza, as you can see, she is there, of course, ready to have her team present her and give out all the evidence they have that will be countering all these accusations that have so far been leveled against her. On the grounds that make the charges, there is a ground that she is said to have done roadside appointments of county workers at Timau. There is also another ground that is said to have she did a roadside appointment of county workers that in Kubu. Yet another roadside appointment of county workers at Kianjai. And there is also a legal committee on the Meru municipality. And all these grounds that form the charges, the county assembly legal team yesterday presented their evidence by way of video clips. They played the video clips before the committee. On the roadside appointment of county workers at Timau, the governor is said to have grossly violated Articles 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution, and grossly violated Sections 55, 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Governments Act by appointing firefighters at a public rally at Timau, where they say in misguided and unsustainable populism, before conducting a transparent and competitive recruitment process. And as you can see, members, or rather all those individuals in the chambers have been ordered to stand. As you can see, the chair of this committee with his members are walking into the chambers. It's an 11-member committee led by Senator Honorable Bonnie Halwale, Kakamega Senator, and also Senate Majority Chief Whip. He is in the chambers. These proceedings are taking place at the Senate chambers. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast brought to you by KBC in partnership with Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. Good morning. My name is Kamche Menza.
Us, thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic, we seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. You may be seated. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. We thank you for yesterday. We thank God for the mercies of allowing us to come this far. So far, so good. I want that before we start the program, I would like to give the Council of the County Assemblies, the lead council, an opportunity if he has anything procedural to raise. Same to the Council of the Governor.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. As intimidated in the night, I note it was in the morning, though it was at night. You gave us leave yesterday morning to file additional replies in response to the additional material that the governor placed on record. And last night I had explained to the Senate the practical difficulty we find ourselves in, that we were here up to around midnight. We had to steal a few hours of rest and now are here again. And you must terminate your proceedings today. So it is not humanly possible for us to place those materials on record between now and the time this trial ends. So in the circumstances, we pray for two options subject to whatever finds favor with you. One, we could place the material on record later on after we adjourn today. That will give problems that the other side might equally tell you they have not seen it, it has not been tested before this forum, so that will raise its own problems. Alternatively, you could allow us, as we cross-examine the witnesses called by the governor, to cross-examine on those additional materials, and tied to that, you could excuse us, so that, because my concern when I was raising the issue is I didn't want the record to reflect that I was given the opportunity to file additional material, but I did not take up that opportunity when the reason for my failure to take it is that it was humanly impossible within the time frames fixed by law. That was the request, Chair.
The Council for the Governor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman and Honorable Committee. The representative for the Governor, as yesterday, my name is Manasseh Mwangi, the lead counsel. We appear together with Mr. Elias Mutuma and Mr. Robert Mutebei. On our part, we do not have any procedural issue that would like to address at this point. However, I would like to respond to the issue raised by the Council for the County Assembly with the kind permission of Honorable Chair. Yesterday, the team for the governor supplied materials and a supplementary affidavit, which was allowed. It had been served on the Council for the County Assembly the day before yesterday. In the course of arguing whether or not those materials should be placed on record, the Council for the County Assembly indicated they had perused through those materials and they had seen there is nothing in it and they would add no value. They were all aware, all along, what is the contents of the evidentiary materials that we added in these proceedings. Honorable Chairman, we are opposed to the two suggestions that the Council for the County Assembly invites this committee to allow them to exercise. One, they had an opportunity to address those materials yesterday in the course of fielding their witnesses. They would have referred their witnesses to the materials that were new and let them comment, trashing them. In fact, that happened after the examination in chief, and towards the end of that part of examination in chief, the witnesses for the County Assembly were taken through the bundles of documents produced by the governor. And that was the opportunity for the Council for the County Assembly to introduce any evidence that would controvert the evidentiary material that was supplied as a supplementary. Honorable Chairman, there was another opportunity and another way out. The Council for the County Assembly would have prayed and made an application before this committee and request to be allowed to field a witness, either with a very short witness statement and the rest of the testimony be taken on oath from the witness stand. And Honorable Chairman, we had yesterday so many witnesses who came and departed from the witness statements they had supplied us, and they gave totally new evidence. We did not object to that. They had that opportunity, and they did not exercise it. If material is introduced after we have closed our case, the Council for the County Assembly states it rightly. We will never have an opportunity or even knowing what is the nature of those materials. This morning, this committee has not been told what are the materials that are intended to be introduced. What is the value of those materials to the case for the County Assembly? And what will be the importance of those materials in controverting any defense that the governor may field? This committee, just the same as the Council for the Governors, we do not know what materials we are being told is going to be introduced later. It is not even suggested by way of passing, even from the stand by the Council, what kind of materials will be supplied. We object to the suggestion and the invitation to crawl in the darkness to agree to materials which we do not know what they contain. The last option, that in the course of cross-examination, new evidence can be introduced, I have already stated. That opportunity was available yesterday, and they had all the documents and all that evidence that the governor is fielding today. They could have done that in the course of examination in chief and re-examination. They take through their witnesses through all our statements and affidavits, and they allow them controvert. We cannot allow introduction of evidence at the defense hearing. And there will be a legal, the last point, there will be a legal dilemma. That evidence that will be introduced through cross-examination, will it be the testimony of the County Assembly or the testimony of the Council for the County Assembly? That can be a dilemma that cannot be addressed in law, and it's unheard of. We object to those proposals. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Members, just take note. I want us to exhaust completely so that when you come in, it now invites me to make a ruling. Mr. Muthomi Thia Ngolu, what is your take?
Chair, I think my colleague has forgotten a number of things. One, you already made the decision to allow us to respond to that material. That decision, I don't think, is being appealed or revisited. It has been made. The reason I made the request I made before you is that although you granted me that leave, it is evident to everyone who has either been here or following these proceedings that me and my entire team were stuck here all way past midnight. And although on paper, the chair gave me the opportunity, it has not been humanly possible for me to take that opportunity. And I told you my fear is that whereas it is humanly impossible, I am afraid when your committee retreats, it will have in its mind that I was given an opportunity that I didn't take up, and yet the reason I didn't take it up was that it was humanly impossible within the circumstances and context we were working. Number two, listening to the high moral ground taken by my colleague, he forgets my colleague has forgotten how we got here. And if I remind the Senate how we got here, is that the governor filed documents out of time. The registry, the clerk's office advised the governor, you're filing these documents out of time, we cannot accept them. Go to the committee, seek leave to have these documents admitted on the record. And the committee gave him that leave. No one can fault the committee for that, except that immediately he was given that leave and the documents were treated. He tells you they were served on us. What he hasn't told you on the record, which I had told you yesterday, he not only filed them outside the time set by your rules, he actually purported to serve them way past 5 p.m. on the day after the expiry of his deadline. And I remember telling you, we saw those documents yesterday morning as we were packing our bundles. It tells you because I made certain passing comments on those documents, it is clear, therefore, I have had the opportunity to reflect on them. Chair, that is not how it works. In our profession, what I would do if we were in an ideal situation, and this is not ideal because of the timelines, is that my team and I will sit down, go through those documents with a tooth comb, flag what we believe are the issues, take instructions from our client, the county assembly, and based on our reflections and the instructions we get, we will then be able to decide what response, what position do we take. Things I took on the bar here studying extempore cannot really be taken. My colleague knows that's not how the legal profession works. And at any rate, Chair, for me, if you assure me that this human impossibility my team and I are placed in will not be used against us, then there is not an issue.
You've met your point. Members, I want now to make a ruling. If any one of you would like to help us a little bit by sharing his thoughts, these things must be done in the open. Yes.
Chair, I thank you, and I want to just support what the Council for the County Assembly has said. Mr. Chairman, in my position, I don't think that Council for the Governor has any standing to raise the objection that he raised. And I'm happy that Council for the Assembly has reminded him how we got here. I'm looking at my notes, Chair. The items that were introduced, they told us they omitted 3 affidavits from their own bundle. Then one video that forms part of the record was not uploaded, or they gave the wrong flash disk. They are not in any position to raise the objection that they are raising. I do not see any prejudice that would be suffered by the governor if counsel for the county assembly was allowed to cross-examine on this material that we very graciously accepted ourselves as a committee. And you remember, Chair, the thinking was that in these proceedings, we would like as much material as possible placed before this committee so that we can help save the situation in the county of Meru. So I think from where I sit, counsel for the governor is out of order with that objection, Mr. Chair.
Chairman.
Arif?
Yes, very quickly, Chairman, the position by the Council of the County Assembly is the true position, because that is the point at which we closed last night, and that was already granted. It's not a new request that is being processed, but a request that has already been granted as it is, and in the actual sense from the proceedings of yesterday, the favor was extended by the County Assembly, legal team, by not objecting but allowing that to happen. And if they don't have time now, I think the cross-examination should be given the opportunity for them to do what needs to be done. And that ruling happened yesterday. It's not a new ruling.
Yes. Vice Chair, you will come after Senator Moruma.
Sorry, Chair. What I wanted to raise has been raised by Senator already, Ali, Roba, that the decision for
Moruma, if you give me 2 minutes, just hold it here.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to state that what Senator Ali has said is that the decision was made yesterday, that the Council for the MCAs can respond to the affidavits and the extra video during the cross-examination. That's it.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm that, and I think that is where we stopped yesterday. By them being allowed to cross-examine the Council for the County Assemblies of Meru, the new evidence, the new affidavit that the governor's people brought in. So they should be allowed to cross-examine, and that you ruled yesterday, Chair. It's not...
Kiambu.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning. I would just want to remind the Council of the Governor, of which the Governor is a bishop, that in the Bible, book of Matthew, there was a servant who was forgiven his debts, but later on he went to get the money from another servant whom he owed. So what I'm trying to say is that yesterday we allowed the governor to produce extra. We actually give them evidential flexibility. But now they don't want the side of the assembly to execute that evidence. But my question is, at what time do we allow the assembly to execute that evidence? I said before the governor starts executing their case, or is it within? I know they're asking when it's coming to cross-examination. So I have not consulted my friend lawyer here, Sifuna, but I'm putting this across so that we see what is the best part. Either we agree with the assembly, they start with their case now, or whatever you decide, Chairman.
That is it. Mandago, you have something?
Thank you very much, Chair. This is Senator Mandakov was in Gishan. My apologies, I was not able to be here yesterday, but I followed the proceedings very keenly. Mr. Chairman, listening to the counsel for the governor, I really don't understand why, if they are confident themselves when they submitted this additional evidence, as to why the County Assembly Council cannot prosecute the same. So I think in the interest of fairness, because we want to have as much information as possible as a committee to enable us make a fair and just decision, as a chairman, I think it's only fair that the County Assembly Council is given opportunity to look at the, to cross-examine this new evidence.
Thank you. Senator Tobiko?
Chair, I think maybe, you know, what is clear, of course, that it was already allowed yesterday to be done at cross-examination. But I think what the council for the County Assembly is asking is if they can put in written responses later on. I think that's the issue now.
So, this is a small one. We don't have to retreat to make a decision. The decision is hereby made. Council for the County Assembly, you have absolutely no excuse to want to give the impression that there is something which is humanly, using your own language, humanly impossible. We have had a lot of time. We adjourned at 1:45. That is 5.5 hours for you to sleep. Then if you woke up at 6, you have had all the morning up to now, which is 10. So you have all the time. The issue of time does not arise. The second point is to the counsel for the governor. As the white people who taught us this procedure say, what is good for the goose is always good for the gander. So if it was good for the goose called the governor to be allowed to file that evidence yesterday, that which you should have filed by 5 p.m. on 25th on Saturday. Yes? On 24th. By 5 p.m. 24th on Saturday. If it was good for you. Then you must carry it with you that it was also good for the gander to also enjoy what we allowed the County Assembly to enjoy. But when we allowed the County Assembly, we did not give them a blanket. We asked them to make a decision on how they want to be accommodated. And they have said, Council, that all they will do is not to try and file new evidence. Even if they did, it would not be admissible. They're just saying, as you prosecute your case, they will come and cross-examine your witnesses, and during that process, they'll be able to achieve that which they thought they were losing. So we are granting them that for every witness you bring, they'll cross-examine, and you don't have to fear, because even after cross-examination, you will be given an opportunity to re-examine. And if there are any areas that look rough, you'll brush them off, and everybody will be happy. That will be the ruling. And seeing that there's no other interjection, there's one final thing which I didn't do. I'm sorry.
Chair, kindly. Chair.
What is that?
I'm by you, sir. Honorable Chair, this is not on the submissions.
Mr. Speaker, order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you will be seated. We'll be seated. Mr. Speaker, sir. Order. So there is also something procedural which I had not done. Forgive me for this. Immediately after prayer, I want to allow honorable members, one by one, members of the committee, you introduce yourself, starting with my file.
Good morning again. My name is Peris Tobiko, nominated senator and a member of the select committee. Thank you.
Good morning all. My name is Jones Maruma, Senator for Taita Taveta, member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Edwin Sifuna, Senator for Nairobi and a member of this committee.
My name is Karongo Wadhangwa, Senator, Kiambu County, and a member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eddie Gisheru Okech, Senator for Migori County, and I'm able to be a member of this committee.
My name is Jackson Mandago, the Senator for Singishu County and a member of this committee.
Good morning. My name is Okenyuri Esther, nominated Senator and a member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Kiduku, Senator for Lamu, and a member of this committee. I'm sorry.
Morning, everyone. My name is Ali Ibrahim Roba, Senator for Mandera County and member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Senator Kavindu Agnes Mudhama, Senator for Machakos County. I'm the Vice Chair of this committee.
Thank you very much. Also in plenary, we have the following members of the National Assembly and distinguished senators. The Honorable Mburi Apuri, Member of Parliament from Meru. The Honorable Senator Cherargei, Senator of Nandi. Senator of Nandi, could you please? They want to know who it is. Me, I know who you are. Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator. The Honorable Senator Meru. Thank you, Meru. The youngest senator in Kenya. The Honorable Senator Omtata. Thank you. The Honorable, Omtata, Senator for Busia. The Honorable Senator Wamatinga, the Senator of Nyeri. And finally, but not least, I will invite our Deputy Speaker, who is also the Senator of Meru, to not only introduce himself, but to make a remark. And the remark by the Speaker is not for record. It's off the record. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. I am Kaduri Murungi, the Senator for Meru County and the Deputy Speaker of the Senate. I want to greet you all in the name of Jesus Christ. Chair, yesterday I requested whether you could supply me with the documents or materials as the Senator for Meru County, which has the issue at hand, so that I can be able to follow the proceedings. And you promised to do that today, because yesterday you told me the Secretariat did not compile all the documents. Honorable Chair, you remember yesterday I sat here throughout the day, but I was just a pedestrian, like those watching from their homes or from the streets. So since I'm here not supporting any of the signs, but I'm here as a senator for Meru and representing the good county of Meru County. Of Meru. So I'm here as a neutral person, just to listen to the proceedings. Because even after the outcome of whatever outcome from this sitting of this committee, we have a county to protect called Meru. We shall all retreat as a senator to go back to Meru, and we have a county to live in, because we can't move away from Meru. So, Honorable Chair, I request, if it is humanly possible, let me use the word from our learned friend Dr. Viankoru Mudomi. If it is humanly possible, can you kindly supply me the documents so that also I'll be able to follow the proceedings. Last night, Honorable Chair, as I conclude, many constituents, my constituents from Meru County, were calling me to asking me, our senator, was that document read? Did you see it? Was it the right one? How was it? I could not even tell, was it blue, was it yellow, was it red? So, Chair, so that I can be able to really represent my people who brought me to this house, kindly allow the secretary to provide me with the documents so that I can also be able to follow the proceedings on both sides. I wish this is on record that I'm here not to support any of the sides, but to hear the issues brought to this house, Honorable House, and by the County Assembly of Meru, and the issues which are being also presented here by the county government of Meru. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you know how much we respect you, and because you always sit in this seat where I'm seated, you know the challenges that come with it. Any decision made by myself is the decision of this committee, drawing it is mandated from the rest of the Senate. We took a decision yesterday that we will not release documents, and for good reason. We did not want to disadvantage the governor. The governor's evidence was not yet public. In law, Article 35 of the Constitution, that gives all of us the right of access to information, we can only enjoy it from now, because now the documents by the governor are being made public. We did not want to disadvantage her case. So I therefore direct to you, the Deputy Speaker, Senator Gerard Gay, who had the same complaint yesterday, and others, that you will now be supplied with copies. I'm confident that the governor will not have been disadvantaged. It is so directed. I now want to invite the Yes, Governor, I'm informed that you are ready. Could the lead counsel for the governor? Yes. The consultation from the Senator of Migori, he approached the chair, and I'm now allowing him to repeat the same thing so that the record captures his concerns as I give a ruling. Yes, Senator of Migori.
Chair, I just seek to the understanding of this committee under Standing Order number 80 of the Senate. It's a procedural question which is on the removal of the governor. And if you go through our Standing Orders number 80, this House is advised by the Standing Orders that you either go the special committee way or you go the committee of the whole. And this special committee is sitting after the House had chosen that the special committee handles this matter. By allowing other senators to participate in the process, whether directly or indirectly, by interacting with these documents, which, to be fair, will be subjected to a report that will be reported to the committee of the whole. Are we defying our own standing orders?
Edwin Sifuna, do we really want to belabor it?
No, Chair, I think you've made the right decision. Our colleague from Meru, sitting here, following the proceedings, there's absolutely no prejudice to the process. If when counsel for the governor is referring the committee to a document, he also has a document to look at it. That is not a participation. He's not going to ask any questions. He just wants to follow the proceedings so that those questions that he's saying the people of Meru are asking him, at least he'll know the color of the documents that the governor supplied today.
Thank you. Senator Migori, distinguished gentleman, okay. Unfortunately, Standing Order number 80 flows from the Constitution of Kenya. The same Constitution that provides in Article 35 the right of access to information. So because we have no power to suspend Article 35, the members who are here must enjoy that article. However, as they enjoy the article, it should not be to the detriment of this process and also the right of the governor. So the way to go, Senator, is that now that the governor is introducing the documents in public, they are therefore public documents. There's nothing that stops you from accessing them, plus the people of Meru through their senator. Secondly, having access to them, we also have to do a bit of hygienic management of the process, in the sense that, A, senators, you will not be allowed to participate in the proceedings. The moment we do that, we will have opened parallel proceedings, one which is by the select committee and one which is by the committee of the whole, where all of you would be participating. So you'll only go through, but forever keep quiet. And then finally, as you leave, we have agreed that all these documents are very sensitive. They remain on the desk. So do not carry documents with you. It is so directed.
Well guided, Chair.
Yes.
And Chair, I want to confirm to you and the committee that I will not participate in questioning, and I will not leave this seat with any document, just for consumption while I'm sitting here. Thank you.
Chair.
And I encourage the Senator of Meru to stay in up to the end, because we want the people of Meru to be satisfied that the process is actually above board. I can see my distinguished senator from Nandi, my neighbor. He's dying to catch my attention with standing order. Yes, I have seen you, but I will not allow you. The moment you prosecute your standing order, you are participating in the proceedings, unfortunately. Thank you. And some of the documents will be on the iPad shortly. Members of the Senate, you know the other way. You can easily have your matters raised by communicating with the senators who are on the committee. If you have something you say, what do you think? You can write a small chat, it goes there, so long as you don't disrupt the sittings. Very well. So, Senator Mandako.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much for that guidance, Chair. We appreciate. But I think the senator for Meru, from what he said, he said the people of Meru are asking him the colors of the documents. So I think, Chair, it should also be clear that it is not in his mandate to go and discuss the matters of this committee with the people of Meru. He leaves the matters to the committee. So it is for his consumption within this sitting, Chair.
I think that goes with the earlier ruling, and it is so directed. Very well. So, Council, how many witnesses are you calling?
Thank you, Chairman. Manassas Mwangi, Counsel for the Governor, with Arias Mutuma and Robert Mutembei. Honorable Chairman, the Governor filed a response to this charge. The response is the one dated the 23rd of December 2022 and filed on 24th December. It's accompanied by the supporting affidavit of Her Excellency the Governor Kawera Mwangaza, sworn on 23rd December 2022. The Governor have also filed a supplementary affidavit. That supplementary affidavit was sworn by Harrison Katobu Getonga on the 26th, on the 26th of December 2022. We also rely on the bundle of documents supplied to this honorable committee as volume 2 of the governor's bundles. At this juncture, we will field one witness, Mr. Harrison Gatobu Getonga, and we'll see how far we go with the Harrison Gatobu Getonga. We intend to redeem the time for this committee, and we believe this witness will address all the issues. But should occasion arise, we'll rearrange. But for now, we'll call this one witness to testify on the basis of the documents filed before this committee.
Very well. This is a very important procedural issue. The governor was invited by the County Assembly of Meru. She declined when the process was building to come here. So I want it to be on record. Do you wish to call the governor before this committee or not?
Honorable Chairman, the governor indicated in the response will appear by herself and by counsel. And we have filed an affidavit sworn by the governor. We will have the governor rely on the answer to the response, to the motion, and the supporting affidavit.
For the record, will you be requesting or expecting that the governor be given an opportunity to be heard by this committee?
We do not intend the governor to testify verbally. She will rely on her affidavit.
Thank you very much. I want you to know that as you proceed, if at any time you would wish the governor to be heard, we will hear her. We do not want it to be your position that she was gagged by this committee.
Most obliged, Honorable
You're
Chair.
welcome. You're welcome.
Guided.
Yeah. You may proceed.
For the team for the governor, Mr. Arias Mutuma will lead our witness in chief. You're welcome.
I, Addison Gatobu Gitonga, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee in respect of the matters before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. For the record, my name is Elias Mutuma, counsel appearing on instructions of the governor. Mr. Harrison, kindly, again for the record, state your full names.
My names are Harrison Gatobu Gitonga.
Do you also go by any other names?
Yes.
What other names do you go by?
Njamba Mbithe Harrison Gitonga.
Would you care to explain the origin and status of your second name?
It was a nickname, but I saw an affidavit and it was gazetted on 2nd of December.
So you're in the process of changing your name?
Yes.
So is it your testimony that in some instances you might have signed certain documents using your new name that has already been gazetted?
Yes.
Thank you very much. What role do you play in the county government of Meru?
I'm the chief of staff and the private secretary to the governor of Meru County.
And what are your roles as the chief of staff? What are your functions? Kindly state them for the record.
Management of a diary and overseeing all functions and activities in the office of the governor, as well as receiving all respondences from all quarters to the office of the governor.
Is that all?
Managing the staff that is in the office of the governor and communicating from the office of the governor to the other quarters.
Chair, with your permission, may I get directions on time? I did not get the directions.
Thank you. Ask for time. How much time do you want?
2 hours, Chair. I recall that we have a total of 3.5 hours for both examination in chief and the cross-examination. So I can have 2 hours now. Counsel for the respondent can have a bit of it, then some remainder of it goes to re-examination.
You want the counsel for the county assembly to have part of your 2 hours, or what do you mean?
No. That is just purely for my examination in chief.
Okay.
Yes.
Chairman.
Though I know I might not even need the entire time.
Chairman, with your permission, Wakili, I presume that we are going to be relying on this witness statement that is volume 3?
Correct, and the affidavit that he has sworn.
Where's the affidavit?
We filed that affidavit yesterday.
Yeah, we have advised you from yesterday that if you want us to follow your case, whenever you are bringing your witness there, you refer us to the documents that you will be relying. Counsel, I raise this because I only have the witness statement, and that witness statement has 8 paragraphs. You want to tell us you will be taking us through 8 paragraphs in 2 hours?
Not really. There is an affidavit sworn by the witness on 26th of December 2022. The same was filed yesterday, pursuant to the leave granted by this committee. Perhaps the Secretariat can share the same with...
Okay, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. Yes. Is there somebody calling?
Yes.
Yes, Mandago.
Chair, the document the council is referring to, I want to presume is the one that is unmarked, so the document should be marked for ease of referencing.
My apologies again. We were preparing this document while we were still proceeding with this hearing yesterday. That ought to be volume 4, because we have volume 1, 2, 3, and 4. So for the record, that ought to be referred as volume 4.
Chair, there are two supplementary documents. Which one is volume? There are two. The bigger one.
Okay. This is a management issue. It will not stop us from proceeding. I want to ask one of your councils to approach the chair so that we guide them on how to manage these documents as you proceed. Council for the County Assembly, you have heard, you're being asked to take some time. Yes. Today we're very strict with time. Yeah.
Chair, we will need 1.5 hours minimum if this is the sole witness, because my assumption is if he is the sole witness, then he is the one that will speak to every allegation in the impeachment motion and every claim made by the governor in response to that impeachment motion. So we pray that you give us 90 minutes of cross-examination.
Very good. This special committee of the Senate will not gag anybody. We therefore give you 120 minutes, 2 hours, and the County Assembly, you have 90 minutes plus an extra 10 minutes should you need it. Governor, you have been in office for that long, but just 64 days after being in office, your colleagues who are elected by you, alongside with you, are asking the Senate that you go away forever, just after 64 days. And they have not just come shouting, they have come with 62 grounds. I'm therefore giving you 2 hours to move slowly, meticulously. You discharge yourself on each and every one of those 62 counts. We will allow you. And members of County Assembly will further allow you to ensure that you prove your case on every count. Witness.
Chair. Just to assist colleagues, I think that we have the document, just that for the purpose of colleagues in the committee, volume 3 is of course well marked, but then there is an affidavit which is not marked, but it is there. So just check on your files, you'll have it.
That is exactly why I asked them to approach the chair. Already an instruction has been given so that they are marked quietly as the sitting is going on. And members, unless something is out of order, if we can manage to be silent for 2 hours, it will be very useful. But if something is out of order, draw my attention, we'll do it. If it is something that is not out of order, approach the chair, we sort it out kienyeji, as they say in Kiswahili. Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for the guidance. Mr. Harrison Gatobu.
Yes.
You were explaining your other duties, especially you wearing the hat of the private secretary to the governor. What other duties do you discharge?
The other duties, I'm always the MC of the functions that the governor attends.
By the MC, you mean Master of Ceremony?
Yes.
Proceed.
I'm also present in the meetings that are held by governor, either in office or in the public or outside the office.
Does that include all the meetings where the governor is appearing? Your presence will also be there?
Yes.
So then you have a personal knowledge of all the incidences that the governor is accused of?
Yes.
Am I right to suggest that you have a close working relationship with the governor.
Yes.
Have you had the occasion to read the notice of motion for impeachment of the governor?
Yes.
Both at the county assembly and before this select committee?
Yes.
Are you aware of all the charges facing the governor?
Yes.
How many are they in number?
62.
62 charges in total.
The charges were 5, but they had some top, the small ones, the specific ones is 62.
62 of them. Have you had an opportunity to read the governor's response on each of those charges?
Yes.
You will agree with me that the bulk of the allegations and charges are in respect of illegal appointments, nepotism, and so on.
Yes.
As the person in charge of staff, does it concern you when the governor is accused of illegal appointments? Is that within your docket?
Yes, it is.
It is within your docket.
Yes.
So when you came across the accusations touching on illegal appointments and nepotism, did you take any action as the chief of staff?
Yes.
What action did you take specifically in respect to the allegation of the first gentleman of Meru being appointed to a county office? What step did you take?
First, I confirmed that there is no a public office that he was appointed to, and to do that, there is no office, either in my office or office of the governor or anyone under that capacity in the team that I lead in the office of the governor.
So it is your evidence that the first gentleman is not one of the staff
He is
that
not.
work for the county assembly under you?
He is not.
Has there been any office, physical office, where the first gentleman of Meru has been given a space to operate in? By
No.
the governor of Meru?
No.
Have you come across any letter of appointment touching on the appointment of the first gentleman?
No.
Has the first gentleman given any instructions that you are aware of in respect of any functions within the county?
No.
Did you ever seek to clarify the issue of the appointment of the first gentleman with any office, specifically the office of the County Public Service Board?
Yes.
Can you kindly give this committee the benefit of that evidence where you sought that clarification? Is there any document to support that assertion?
Yes. They are attached in the reply from the governor.
And by this, you're talking of volume 2?
Yes.
What page are we talking about? Honorable members, I'm referring to volume 2 of the governor's response. Specifically page 48 to 77 of that bundle. Kindly point to the committee where your letter or any communication to the County Public Service Board touching on the appointment of the first gentleman appears.
Thank you, Chair, honorable members. When I got this information, I wrote the first letter to the Secretary Public Service Board.
What is the date of that letter?
22nd of November.
What did you inquire from the County Public Service Board?
I was requesting to know about the arranged appointment of the first gentleman and a few other people that I listed in my letter.
Did you get a response from the County Public Service Board?
Yes,
Where
but I need to say the same letter was copied to other offices.
Thank you. Can you indicate whether you got a response from the office of the County Public Service Board.
Yes, I got a letter,
And what was the date of that response?
23rd of November.
23rd of November.
Yes.
And what was the response that is contained in that letter?
The response from the Public Service Board is that the first gentleman was not employed by the Public Service Board.
Thank you very much. Did you take any other step to confirm whether the first gentleman is drawing any remuneration of any kind from the county government of Meru?
Yes.
And how did you do that confirmation?
I indeed a letter to the payroll manager.
Yes. Where is that letter? In your bundle of documents, still at volume 2?
Yes.
What page is it?
Is page 54.
54 of a bundle. Is that your letter? Are you sure?
That is the response that I got.
Yes. And what was the response from the payroll master?
Is that they are not in the payroll.
Then he is not in the payroll.
Yes, he is not in the payroll.
Thank you. But we have seen the governor making statements to the effect that he has appointed the first gentleman. First of all, were you present when that announcement was made?
Yes.
What was the occasion when that pronouncement was made? And if you also recall the date, kindly tell us the date of that pronouncement.
It was 30th of October.
Which year?
2022.
What was the occasion?
That is the time that governor was naming the CECs.
The CECs, were there any other offices that were being named on that day apart from CECs?
Yes.
What other offices were being named?
The advisors to the governor.
The advisors to governor.
Yes.
Is that the occasion where the first gentleman was pronounced to be appointed by the governor?
Yes.
In what office was the first gentleman appointed by the governor?
The ambassadors of the Asoras ambassador.
Asoras ambassador.
Yes.
Is that an office within the Meru County government?
No.
Is it an office that has been established newly by the County Public Service Board?
No.
Then what was that office all about?
It was just an honorary office. Actually, to add something small, Excellency the governor was operating another program called Okolea, and because of our duties as the governor, he decided to have someone who has been close to that program that she has been doing for quite some time, who will not be paid, and who will work with her on that program. That's when the first gentleman was named as the Asoras ambassador.
So is it your evidence that this was a community empowerment initiative?
Yes.
Is it unique for first ladies or first gentlemen of any of the counties or even the national government to spearhead or to be appointed in a community empowerment program of their choice?
It's not unique.
Are you aware if any of the other first ladies of Meru have ever been involved in similar initiatives?
Yes, I'm aware.
You're aware. At this point, Chair and committee, allow us play a video contained in our flash disk. The same is marked as KMS6B.
Chair, as the video is being prepared, let us see where the transcription is. The council can show us where the transcription is.
The video is in English, Honorable Member, so there is no need for translation. Thank you.
We are very, very happy today. We have come here to launch the Meru Toesa program. It consists of the following women. The first one is Priscilla Murungi. She's not here with us. She's the first lady. She's going to be the patron of this group. The second one is Josephine Mbaya. The board will be supported by a strong secretariat from the Ministry of Gender and Social Development. The minister is going to identify some of the officers who will be working with you in that board. And the board will be funded by part of the budget which is allocated to the Ministry of Education, Technology, Culture, and Gender and Social Development to enable you to move to all the corners of this county.
Thank you very much. I am sure most of the members of this select committee are aware of the person talking, but for the record, kindly tell us who is in that video and what has he done?
Is the former governor, Meru County, His Excellency Kiraito Murungi. Well, he was appointing the first lady, Priscilla Murungi, to a position of patron to Toesa program in Meru County.
In your understanding, is the office for which the first lady was being appointed a public office under the county government?
It is not.
It is not. Is that office, was it ever funded by taxpayers' money?
Yes.
It was?
It was funded.
Has that been confirmed from the video by the governor himself that they will draw their support from the Ministry of, is it Education?
Yes.
Thank you. Was that appointment subsequently forwarded to the County Assembly for vetting?
No.
Are you aware if any of the members of that board were ever vetted by the County Assembly?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware of any complaints, proceedings, or even an attempt to impeach the then governor of Meru for appointing a spouse to that office?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware. Was that appointment ever published to the public subsequently?
Yes, it was. I also saw the Gazette notice of the same.
So in that Gazette notice, the governor is appointing the spouse?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Across the other counties, have you also come across similar initiatives by either first ladies or first gentlemen?
Yes.
Spearheading community empowerment programs of their choice?
Yes.
Can you give an instance of such initiatives that you are aware of? And have you brought any evidence, rather has any evidence of that nature been brought to this committee?
Yes.
Where is that evidence contained?
Evidence from page 31.
All the way to page?
All the way to page number 40.
Number 40.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I am sure you've also come across the accusation that the governor has appointed certain people who either do not qualify or without following procedure into public office.
Yes, I'm aware.
Who were those people that are said to have been appointed by the governor?
There is one Monene Samaritan.
One Monene Samaritan.
There is one Enere Mzungu.
Ende Muzungu.
And there is one Ernest Mutembei.
Again, as the chief of staff, are those employees of the county?
No, they are not.
Did you ever seek to confirm their status, their employment status with the county?
Yes, I did.
Can you show this committee where you sought to establish their status?
I wrote letters to the Public Service Board. I wrote, that is in page number 49. I wrote the letter to the Chief Officer, Legal Affairs and the Public Service and Administration, and to the payroll.
All those letters are appearing, following each other from page 49 onwards.
Yes.
And what was the response from the County Public Service Board?
They all responded with the attached letters that those are not employees of the county government of Meru and they are not earning any money or any pay from county government of Meru.
That letter is the one contained at page 52 of our bundle, volume 2?
Yes.
And who is the author of that letter?
The other is the CEO of the Public Service Board by the name Virginia Kagweria.
Yesterday, this letter was disputed during cross-examination that indeed Virginia Kawera is not the CEO County Public Service Board. What comment do you have to make to that respect?
My comment is when you get to the office, we got the person who was the county secretary, CEO of Public Service Board. Her term was ending. She did around 2 months, and then thereafter, there is an acting CEO, but on the same strength, the position has been advertised.
That position has been advertised?
Yes.
So Virginia is currently acting?
Yes.
Pending a substantial office holder?
Yes.
Substantive rather, office holder?
Yes.
Do you have any evidence of that advertisement?
Yes.
Where is it contained? As you try to trace it, we will assist you, but let's proceed for the sake of time. So you confirm that indeed Virginia had the capacity to author that letter?
Yes.
Did you also take any steps to confirm if any of those alleged appointees draw any form of remuneration from the county government of Meru?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
By a letter to the payroll manager.
What is the date of the letter and where is it contained? Is it the one under page 53? 53?
Yes.
Is it 53 or 54?
It is page 54.
Page 54.
Yes.
So that is your communication to the payroll master?
Yes.
And what did the payroll master respond to?
Actually, that was the response.
Yes.
That was our response. The payroll master responded by that letter that is in page 54. My letter was copied actually to him by the Chief Officer, Legal Affairs.
Thank you. So you have a response under page 54 confirming that indeed none of those appointees draw any form of remuneration from the Meru County government. Yes. Are you also aware if the purported nominees have volunteered to tender any form of evidence in respect to their appointment before this select committee?
Yes, they did.
They did. Is that in the form of the affidavits they have filed before this committee?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's go to the appointment of one Hilary Sunday. Confirm that that is a person working for the county government of Meru.
Yes, he is working.
He's working.
Yes.
When was he appointed and how was he appointed?
He was appointed on 30th of August 2022.
In what position?
The Director of Communications.
The Director of Communications.
Yes.
Before we proceed further, yesterday there was a confusion as to whether his position has now subsequently been advertised. Is that the case?
No.
Which position has been advertised?
The communications officer that are outside the office of the governor.
The communications officer?
Yes.
Is that one and the same office where Hilary Sunday currently occupies?
No, it's a different office.
Is it true that, in fact, Hilary Sunday would be the overseer of the person, the officer who's being sought to be recruited?
Yes.
Thank you. So you were telling us that indeed Hilary Sunday was appointed?
Yes, he was appointed.
Yes.
Yeah.
How was he appointed? What was the criteria and procedure for his appointment?
The criteria was as directed by a circular that governor was given from Intergovernmental Technical Committee on how to fill the staff that are in office of the governor. That is the chief of staff, the cooks, the drivers, the secretary, the personal assistants, all those. And the directives were very clear. The governor identifies the name, forwards that name to the Public Service Board for confirmation of appointment. And what governor did, through myself, did a letter to the Public Service Board forwarding the name of Hilary Sunday, and it was confirmed.
You said that that request to the County Public Service Board was done through your office?
Yes.
Where is that request found in the bundle of documents? As you try to trace it, did you, before we go to the appointment, the advisory you're talking about, is it the one contained at page 79 of our bundle, the letter dated 16th August 2022?
Yes, that is the advisory that we received.
That is the advisory.
Yeah.
Let's dwell a bit on that advisory before we proceed. Which are some of the offices that the governor is allowed to undertake a direct appointment without a competitive process?
These are the chief of staff, stroke the private secretary.
That is yourself?
That's myself. The economic advisor, the political advisor, the legal advisor, the director of governance, place service, or director of communication.
That is the position?
That is the position that is held by Hilary Sunday.
Proceed.
The personal assistants and the support staff. The support staff includes the personal secretaries, the drivers, the cooks, the gardeners, and the messengers.
So according to that advisory, is there any requirement that those appointments will be forwarded to the county assembly for vetting or approval?
No requirement.
Is there any requirement that those positions will be advertised for a competitive recruitment?
No requirement.
So, did you ever get a response from the Office of the County Public Service Board on the approvals of the names forwarded?
Yes, I got.
Is that the letter contained at page 90 of a bundle of documents?
Yes, it is.
Can you identify the name of Hilary Sunday on that list?
Yes, he is number 1. Mutuma Irari Mugambi, ID number 31415419, Director of Communications, Job Group, CPSB03.
For what period were these persons, including Hillary, appointed in office?
5 years contract.
5 years contract. So when the governor forwards their nominees to the County Public Service Board, is it the County Public Service Board that now takes over those employees and recruits them, or rather issues letters of appointment?
Yes, they are the ones that interviews and confirms to the governor that they qualify.
So indeed, there is an interview conducted by the County Public Service Board?
Yes.
So the issue of qualification or suitability of those nominees would be an issue within the mandate of the County Public Service Board?
Yes.
Maybe something I've noted from that letter is that the name Sunday does not appear. Would you kindly explain whether we are talking about one and the same person?
Is one person. The official name is Mutuma Irale Mugambi. Nickname Sunday.
Thank you. Let's go to the issue of roadside recruitments. And I want to draw you to some incidences. One at Nkobo Market. One, were you present at Nkobo Market when that purported roadside appointment was done?
Yes, I was.
What day was it? Can you remember the date? If you don't remember, it's still
I
okay.
don't remember the date.
You don't remember the date.
Mm.
So what was the occasion?
The occasion is when governor visited the market traders with the area MCA, Honorable Martin Kome Makasi, and they went to the open air market where they were talking with the market traders. During that during that meeting, there was some request from the MCA, and that is what the governor addressed.
So it is your evidence that the honorable MCA for that area invited the governor to address certain challenges they were facing?
Yes.
What is the name of that MCA, for the record, once again?
Is Martin Kome Makasi, MCA Nkwene Ward.
Martin Kome Makasi.
Yes.
In the impeachment motion, as Martin Makasi signed in support of the impeachment motion based on the allegation that the governor undertook roadside recruitment at Nkobo Market?
Yes, he has signed.
He has signed that motion in support. Honorable members and chair, kindly, can we look at our next KMS 14E. It's a video in our flash disk. The translation, because most of the happenings are in Meru, is contained at page 98 of our bundle, volume 2. Is that the area MCA?
Yes, yes.
We can even pause there for the sake of time. Thank you. You will realize, honorable members and chair, that that video, same video, was played yesterday, but it was not played in full. They began where the governor was calling the public to offer people to be recruited as watchmen. So can you tell us at the beginning what is happening?
What is happening in that meeting? The members of the open air market discussed an issue regarding the security of the items that they leave at the market, and in the deliberations, it came out clear that they were supposed to do the arambi, that is, they changa themselves so that they can employ an watchman, because there is no position or there is no employment of the watchman to guard the open air markets as per Meru County employments.
Before you proceed, what is the specific request from the member of County Assembly of that ward? What is the specific request to the governor?
To employ, to assist the traders, employ the watchman, and also build the fence.
So it is the governor reacting to that request that she assists in organizing the market and offering security?
Yes.
To your best of your knowledge, was anyone from that crowd, including Murefu, ever appointed?
No.
By the county government of Meru?
No.
Did you make that follow-up?
Yes, I did.
And what was the confirmation?
I indeed a letter to the Public Service Board. I also did a letter to the payroll, and the confirmation was that they are not employees of County Government of Meru, and they are not earning any salary or pay from County Government of Meru.
Are you referring to the letter that is contained at page 94 of our bundle of documents, volume 2?
Yes, that's the letter.
And did you get any response in respect to the same?
Yes, I got.
The letter, the one appearing next at page 95?
Yes.
And what was the response?
They are not employees of the County Government of Meru.
Did you also confirm whether they are in the payroll of Meru County Government?
Yes, I did. The letter contained in page number 96 was the response.
Thank you. The governor has also been accused of directing the sub-county admin to employ. Have you seen any document Have you seen the affidavit of Samuel Mwenda?
Yes.
What does that affidavit speak of?
Samuel Mwenda.
I'm referring to now our volume 4. Who is Samuel Mwenda?
Is the sub-county administrator, Nkwene Mitungu, sub-county.
Yes, so you know him.
Yes, I do.
I will not question you on the averments of his affidavit, because obviously you would have no knowledge of the same. But you confirm that indeed he is the sub-county ward and mean.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Let us move to the other roadside appointment at Timau.
Yes.
Of firefighters.
Yes.
Again, were you present at that event?
Yes, I was present.
Can you remember the date? If you can't remember, it's still okay.
It was on 22nd of September.
22nd of September.
Yes.
And you were present in that event?
Yes, I was.
To your best of your knowledge, did the governor recruit any firefighters?
No, she did not.
What did she do?
She just recruited some people, 4 people, that are going to work or that are working under our Korea program.
And our Korea program?
Yes.
So it was not an appointment to any county office?
It was not.
Did you ever follow up as the chief of staff on whether the governor had forwarded any names of firefighters to the County Public Service Board or any other county office?
Yes, I followed.
Is your letter the one contained at page 93 of our bundle?
Yes, it is the one.
Did you get a response of that letter?
Yes, I got a response from the Public Service Board that is contained in page 94.
And what does the letter say?
They are not employees of County Government of Meru. I got another one from the Chief Officer, Legal Affairs, Public Service, Administration and Management. That is in page 95. Again indicating they are not employees of County Government of Meru. I got another one from the Fire Service in charge of Meru County, contained in page 97, again indicating they are not employees or they are not among the firefighters in Meru.
Thank you. Let us move to the other roadside equipment at Kianjai.
Yes.
Again, were you present during that rally or meeting?
Yes, I was.
Can you remember the date?
It is 11th of November 2022. Though I know, ironically, when I looked at the motion, the date was indicated as being on a certain date in September. I don't remember. But the actual date was 11th of November 2022.
What transpired at Kianjai?
When we had a meeting at Kianjai, the public rally, there was a request from the public about the garbage that was in that area, and also about the security of the open air market in that area, the traders and that request. And what governor did, because the garbage was so huge at that area, he decided to talk to the sub-county administrator to ensure that that one is done, and he requested if he can have someone doing it from the community.
Thank you. So again, was any name forwarded to the County Public Service Board?
No.
To recruit anyone from Kianjai?
No.
Thank you. Let us move on to the issue of the municipality board of Meru.
Yes.
Again, were you present at that meeting?
Yes, I was.
You were.
Yes.
What transpired on that date, and which date was it?
I don't remember the exact date, but what happened, there was some commotions within Meru town, whereby we had 3 groups of taxis, taxi drivers or taxi operators that had some issues with one another, and they approached the governor to solve the problem. Governor called a meeting at Kinoru Stadium for the 3 groups, and in the meeting, they agreed to form a small committee that will oversee implementation of what was discussed in that meeting.
Is that small committee you're referring to, was it rather co-opted in the municipality board? Was it told to usurp the role of the municipality board, or what were the terms and reference of that committee created?
The committee was from within the members of the taxi drivers or operators, and their mandate was only to solve their internal problems.
Thank you. Have you come across the affidavit by Edward Bundi Joffrey?
Yes, I have.
Do you know Edward Bundi Joffrey?
Yes, I know him.
Who is he?
He is one of the tax operators in Meru County.
Was he present at that meeting?
Yes.
I will again not ask you any questions on that affidavit, because obviously you would have no personal knowledge of the same. Has the municipality board in any way talked about this issue?
Yes, they have.
They have?
Yes.
What have they said about this issue?
The board had a meeting that was held on 16th of December 2022, when they had this issue of impeachment that was relating to their role or the activities of municipal board. And after the meeting, they intended a letter to that effect. That letter of the municipal board is contained in page number 102.
What is contained in that letter?
Is the letter from the chairman affirming that they have been implementing their mandate as they were given. There was no parallel committee, and there are no issues with the governor or any other person as pertains to their mandate as the municipal board.
Confirm again the page where that letter appears. Is it page 102?
Yes, it is.
Or volume 2?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us move on to something else. The governor has been accused of forcefully entering into the compound of the Meru County Assembly on 19th. Is it 19th?
Yes.
Of October 2022?
Yes.
Were you present on that date when the governor went to the County Assembly of Meru?
Yes, I was.
You were. So you have a first-hand experience?
Yes.
And account of what transpired?
Yes.
Why had the governor gone to the County Assembly of Meru as the person in charge of her diary? Why had she gone there?
She had gone there to give a first address to the county government, to the County Assembly of Meru, and the Meru community.
Was she gate crashing or she had any formal invitation of the same?
There was a formal invitation that was followed by a gazette notice of the same sitting of the County Assembly of Meru.
Yes, and so have you, or rather, has that gazette notice been produced before this court? Before
Yes.
This committee? So as we get the gazette notice, so this was a date that has been gazetted for the governor to address the Meru County Assembly.
Yes.
Is that the gazette notice appearing at page 155 of volume 2? Is it the
Yes,
one?
is the one.
Gazette notice number 12/5, is it 86? Yes. Did the governor ever get a degazettement of that date where she was supposed to address the Meru County Assembly?
No, she did not.
Did your office ever receive any letter cancelling the invitation for the governor to attend?
No letter.
No letter. But did you ever get to hear of any lamentations that would affect the governor's address to the County Assembly of Meru?
Yes, I did.
We wish Honorable Chair and the committee to yes, we're going to play video KMSIC attached to, rather uploaded in the flash disk with the help of the Secretariat. And the translation of that video, honorable members, is contained under page 5 of volume 2. Who is that speaking?
The Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru.
Mitre ya ngavana ya Ngugi na yao itegwitaniri. Mitre yao ya Ngugi na ngavana itegwitate. Na bauga ngavana na rimwe na county address speech ya waruju. Na bauga batikwiwa bena inya ngavana ejabali ya ruju. Kwao abakuromba ngavana
we can pause a bit, Chair. So, who are the people you've been able to identify in that video?
I've seen the Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru.
The name?
The name is Ayubu Bundi Solomon.
And who else?
I've also seen the leader of majority.
The name?
Evans Mawira Karia. I've seen the leader of minority, Mwenda Idhiri.
That was a witness here yesterday?
Yes. I've seen the mover of the motion, who is also the minority whip, Dennis Kiogora, DMK.
Yes.
I've also seen the Deputy Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru.
Thank you. Let us proceed with the video.
Louis Rwarero wa mbunge member 69 na speaker ro number 70. Rwarero rwetu twindekate rwetu. Ni uwetekani ukatu uwetekanirio. Na bojairi members ibakuga ibakaritie bageria kwalia na ngavana. Na ngavana auga akariria members after vetting ya CEC. Na members auga batirindi kurukia CEC batia mbito kwa ndia ndiguru babanga nguye kaunti Meru weka gitatia geta wajadatu baugate manzeo bakwariria kintu kila parenda kiarirwa na inya imbecire chito one fund imbecire betikaniria ningana na urega iteitai igaiteita ngugi o members bakuga mwanka aria baga karandi gurubetikanirie mantu ya mbece cia one fund na members koja weshima rianga bana enturene ciao then ubwaraga okarika bakauga bate tayari okaraniria ndina na ngabana ne ontu ibaku bakenyi uri mantariko mantu jau imakani rongo.
The movers of the motion and witnesses categorically appeared before this committee and denied that the ward fund was an issue. Kindly explain what the speaker was saying.
The speaker had given 3 issues. Issue number 1.
This, before you proceed, this was a day before the governor was set to appear to the county assembly to address them.
Yes, that is on 18th.
Thank you. Proceed.
1, he said that all the members have agreed and there will be one. And in the agreement,
when you say all the members, there is something the speaker says. How many members?
He said 69 members and him being the 70th member.
The 70th,
70th member.
Thank you. Proceed. So, so the speaker counts himself as part of the MCAs?
Yes.
Thank you. Proceed.
Then he said if governor is not going to talk to them, they will not pass the list of the CCs that she unfounded to them.
And what did they want the governor to talk to them about? What was their demand?
That was number 3. The governor to address the issue of ward fund.
Thank you. So the issue is 2 threats. What were the 2 threats?
The threats were they are not ready to sit with the governor and they do not allow the governor to address the county assembly of Meru on 19th.
And in respect to her appointments of CECs?
In respect to the appointment of the CECs, they will not pass them unless governor talks to them.
Thank you. Let us play another video. That is a KMS1B. KMS1B. The transcript is found at page 4 of volume 2.
Waheshimiwa wamekaa chini wakasema pia vile gavana anasema ana nafasi ya kuongea nao, pia waheshimiwa hatakuwa nafasi ya kumsikiza kesho siku ambaye alikuwa afanye county address yake. Ndio sababu tunasema ya kuwa
we can have the video post for the chair's communication. Thank you.
Well, the committee is back into the chambers from a 15-minute break. On the stand was the chief of staff, who is also the private secretary. His name is Harrison Gitonga, who was, or rather who is the witness from the governor's side and was being re-examined by the legal team from Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. We were at that point where we were playing video KM S1B. May we kindly proceed with that video?
Gavana akae na sisi ndio tukubaliane.
Wananchi wamekuwa akitupigia simu kututuma tuende kwa county assembly, tuende kwa governor tupeleke mahitaji yao, lakini governor hawezi tusikiza. Wananchi wanatupea watu kuajiri, lakini governor hawezi tusikiza. Hatuwezi jua anataka kufanya kazi namna gani. So tunaomba kama governor amekataa kutusikiza, na sisi tuendelee na biashara zetu huku na yeye endelee na zake huko.
Like we have today resolved that we are not ready to listen to the governor's address, which was scheduled tomorrow, Wednesday, in the afternoon. Therefore, we feel if the governor has no time to hear to our demands and to our needs, the needs of our electorates, we are also not ready as an assembly to give our audience. That's why we are saying,
Kindly identify, because the video is in English and Swahili, you do not need to translate, but I need you to identify the people who have spoken in that video and the people who participated.
Is the entire assembly that is participating, but those that have spoken is the Speaker of the County Assembly, Ayub Bund, is the Leader of Majority, Evans Bawira Karia, and also the Leader of Minority, Mwenda Idhiri.
Mwenda Idhiri was one of the witnesses who appeared before this Senate. Is that true?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us proceed, Honorable Chair, and again watch video S1, KM S1A. And the translation of that video is at page 2 of our volume 2.
Gavana kabisa. Hivyo tukwenda bumenyo. Abantu bila tukuromba iwondi fund. Gavana Peter Munya na aya na 25 million wondi fund. Gavana Kraito Murungi na aya na 20 million wondi fund. Hivyo tukuromba bugenda batu MCA kinya batu that relevance ndene matura yetu.
So au nyo dhine rinene na batu tukwira tukabakaranthi na gavana wetu tupange matura ya laini. Omenye moro yukuthira othe nge twinambi. Twini op. The same way Aurelio ate menya weta kwa mwana assembly no mwanka amenye mudhara nitengeri wondi fund 30 milioni kana 50 milioni amenye project ike bangwa anto bawe nambi benamecha na hivyo tuna maana vyote vingi
unikambua atiri Meru itina thina nene thina rero no ira bora ike kuigwa iromba yakwa na governor ya kinyaru ari wa twita ruari oro tukaria mantu award development fund tukamenya mudhara ko na 20 milioni kana 30 milioni abone ko na 10 ayo kana 20 ayo na kungi ayumenya uke tuendelete na ngwina ikambirie kuyanture ne chietu tibungi bunene burio.
Thank you. Kindly assist this committee with knowing whether you are in attendance of that function where the honorable members were speaking?
Yes, I was.
Where was it?
It was Ambario in Mudara.
Mudara is in which sub-county of Meru?
It is in Tigania.
Was the governor in attendance?
Yes.
She was.
She was.
Kindly tell us who has spoken and what they have said, because the utterances are in the local dialect.
The first one is Mwenda Idiri, who is the Rindo minority in the County Assembly of Meru, who was also one of the witnesses yesterday. And he has talked about the Ward Fund, saying that the first governor of Meru County, Peter Munya, gave 25 million. Then the second governor of Meru County, Kereito Moronge, gave 20 million. Now they want to see what the current governor of Meru County, Her Excellency Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, will give. Then the second one is the whip of the majority and the MCA for Adwana, Jim Wochoi, and talking about the same, the Ward Fund. And the third one is the MCA for Mudara.
Thank you. Do you know of the legal framework under which the previous governors dispersed the 20 million, 25 million to the MCAs?
I don't know.
Has that framework been brought to your attention or the office or the attention of the governor?
No.
Have you attended any meeting where the issue of the Ward Fund has been addressed by other authorities?
Yes.
Kindly tell us about the same.
I attended a meeting with the governor and the speaker of the county assembly, plus the chairman of the budget, who is the MCA for Kibirichia. Also, we earned the clerk of the county assembly. The meeting was at the controller of budget office, and she was also present. Governor and writing an advisory request from the controller of budget, and the county assembly has also writing the same. So because of the two requests, the governor and the county assembly leadership was called for that meeting, and the deliberations went on, and a decision was made between the two parties, that is the county assembly and the executive, and the decision was made by the controller of budget.
What was that decision about?
Actually, if I remember the wordings of the control of budget, she said that Ward Fund is a misnomer. Ward Fund cannot be implemented in the current situation or in the current laws that we have in this country, unless there is an amendment to the Constitution to ensure that the same is entrenched in our Constitution.
Thank you very much. May we now play video KMS 25. The translation is to be found at page 208 of volume 2, page 208.
Bishop Kawira, Hambuge, Excellency Bishop Kawira, Aukiweshimo, Tidi Nabenio, Igando Kaumunyana, Bamberia, Banenka, million 25. Naitarunda, the majority in the way. Napoi Tangue. No kona baba ingi bachokete baba ingero 2017 bagite ate bachokete greito ella engavana anenkana 20 million ate ngavana shimwa bote ke bokuri kinene itokare ndiguru twaranirie botire biaku nago banenkere biai biao bombe witra wananchi bangu.
Is that the speaker of the Meru County Assembly?
Yes.
In the same event, the barrio you've referred to?
Yes.
What is the speaker saying?
Speaker is saying that there is no other issue that is in County Meru. The only issue that is there is the Ward Fund, because the first governor gave 25 million when he was the leader of majority, and the second governor gave 20 million, and now the only request that the MCAs are making is that the current governor gives them their share, and they leave with a share so that they can be able to work together.
Thank you. Tell us about this development fund or ward fund as has been discussed by MCAs. You have said that you do not know of any legal framework to disperse that amount.
Yes.
But is there any money that is being channeled to the wards, 45 wards of Meru, and how is it dispersed?
Yes, it is. Like, for example, in the current budget that we have, the budget that was passed last year, that is the budget of the year 2022-2023. It had an equalization fund for all the wards, that is 10 million for every ward. But that money is not given to MCAs, it is retained in the line ministries. If, for example, out of 10 million that will go to, say, Abogeta West Ward, we are going to have 3 million for the bursary. That 3 million for the bursary is under the Ministry or Department of Education. If you're going to have 2 million going to water, the 2 million is under...
You have made your point, thank you. Okay. So there is what we are calling the ward
equalization fund. Yes.
10 million that has already been budgeted for and in the process of being dispersed.
Yes.
Thank you. So then, it was on that background that the MCAs refused to be addressed by the governor. Am I right in my observation?
Yes, you are right.
So let's go back to the events of 19th of October with that background in mind. So, did you accompany the governor to the County Assembly of Meru?
Yes, I did.
You did. Were you aware that the governor was not welcome officially?
Yes, I was aware.
No, I'm asking, were you aware if the governor had been officially barred from entering the premises?
No, I was not aware.
You're not aware. At what time did you arrive at the County Assembly's offices?
Some minutes to.
And how was your entourage? Was the governor walking? Was she driving? Was she being driven? How was that?
She was driving up to the gate. The assembly has 2 gates. She started with the first gate. It was closed.
Thank you. Let's now look at video KM S20B.
Gavana ni mama, fungulia gate bana. Gavana ni mama, gate. Yangu napata kukaa hii jama ndani. Mheshimiwa, ingia mama. Ndio kuona ndekweza. Gate Meru goro. Banda ile imefungwa mlango wa banda ile. Wewe toka hapo wewe, toka hapo. Kwa hivyo ni ajabu sana kwa kuwa wamefunga mlango yote fungueni. Meru goro ngari.
Yes, sir.
Mmefunga pande ile, mmefunga pande hiyo.
Gavana na si ndio, si tuna
Before we proceed, is that a forceful entry in any way?
No.
It is not a forceful entry.
Yes, it is not.
Can you confirm that the main gate where the vehicles would ordinarily pass through was closed?
Yes, it was closed.
How did the governor make her way into the assembly?
She got out of her vehicle, then went on foot out to the speaker's office.
Thank you. We have seen people accompanying the governor, and it was alleged that she entered with a rowdy crowd. Who are the people accompanying the governor?
We have the deputy governor and the members of staff and the security detail for the governor.
Is there any crowd that is entering the county assembly with the governor?
No.
None. Let us proceed and...
Order, Mr. Mutuma. I request that that video be replayed. Members, don't focus on the governor, focus on the crowd. The evidence here yesterday is that there were goons. Focus on it. We see if we can spot any goons.
Gavana ni mama, fungulia gate bana. Gavana ni mama, gate. Yangu napata kukaa hii jama ndani. Mheshimiwa, ingia mama. Mheshimiwa mama. Ndio kuona ndekweza. Gate Meru goro. Pande ile imefungwa mlango wa ndio. Wewe toka hapo wewe, toka hapo. Kwa hivyo ni ajabu sana kwa kuwa wamefunga mlango yote fungueni. Meru gorera ngari.
Yes, sir.
Mmefunga pande ile, mmefunga pande hiyo.
Chair, are you able to pause there so that we are helped to identify the people?
Yes, we can have it paused over there, yes.
Chair, it needs to be a little bit rewinded.
Gavana ni mama, gate. Yangu napata kukaa hii jama ndani. Mheshimiwa, ingia mama. Mheshimiwa mama. Ndio kuona ndekweza. Gate Meru goro. Pande ile imefungwa mlango wa ndio. Wewe toka hapo wewe, toka hapo. Kwa hivyo ni ajabu sana kwa kuwa wamefunga mlango yote fungueni. Meru gorera ngari. Ndio na kwa nyama yetu bate kuna ne.
Now just move a little ahead. Yeah, you can now pause there. Are you able to identify all those people? Because you said you know all the people who are around the governor.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
From
To the chair.
Chair, from the left side is one of the first two, the one in red tie, and the one that is in I think is a maroon, whatever, I don't know the color, is the security detail for the governor. The rende holding the papers, that is the PA to the governor, carrying the address. Then we have the governor, we have the deputy governor. The rende that is in trouser is a security for the governor. The person behind with the kofia is the first gentleman. Then the person behind the deputy governor
is the security detail for the deputy governor.
Are you able to spot any goons in that video?
No.
Is there anyone who is carrying any form of weapon?
No.
Crude weapon, for that
Chair,
matter?
I don't know what you look for when you're looking for a goon. No, this is very confusing for me. What is this thing that identifies a goon, Council?
Honorable Member, Senator for Nairobi, there was that allegation that indeed the governor walked in with goons, and we were trying to identify if, with our own assessment, whether there is anyone that can qualify the character of a goon, and I think that's what Senator Mandago was getting at, so that we're able to see the video and analyze and see whether there is anyone there who is a goon. And the good thing is that the witness has identified all the people in that video. Thank you. So let's proceed.
Order,
Chair,
order, Mutuma. For the information of this setting, a goon is a stupid, foolish, or eccentric person, or in North America, is a violent, aggressive person who is hired to intimidate or harm people. Those are not my words. It's a translation from the dictionary. Does it help you?
Chair, I might know the translation, but the question I'm saying, you know, when you look at that video, what are you looking for in a goon? Is the gentleman in a red tie could be somebody who has been hired to intimidate people. So he could very well be a goon in a suit. So you can't ask the witness to tell us if he can see any goons. It is possible that they are all goons, or none of them is a goon.
Chair, Chair, allow me. In the Kenyan context, a goon is a person who is potentially harmful, carrying stones. I think in our context, you know, they usually carry stones, and they look like they can harm, maybe pangas, such things.
Thank you. Members, you will have an opportunity to pursue it if you so wish at the appropriate moment. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for your guidance and protection. I see Council's light is on.
Pause. I can see Council is up.
Yeah, Chair, there is something that has gone to the record, that the witness has identified all the persons in the video. The truth is, he has identified the frozen section of the video. The witness has not identified every person. There are actually just too many persons in the video, and I thought the record should be clarified on that.
Your objection cannot be sustained for the reason that this video was yours. Wait, this video came here yesterday.
It's not my video, Chair.
And you never demonstrated to this plenary any goons. You only alleged goons.
With it in cross-examination so that we don't take unnecessary time, Chair. I just thought the video was frozen, and it went on record that he had identified every person. That video has more than 50 persons. He has only identified about 10.
The intention, Council, was to see if there was obvious presence of rowdy people who, in quotes, people chose to call goons. And you and I and everybody else, we are men and women of this country and this world. Those are not rowdy people. Those are officers
Chair.
of government.
Chair, I think I want to agree with the Council of the County Assembly, Chair, because if you look at the entrance in that video, Chair, you will hear some people shouting, and shouts in a political place where there was silence. Chair, in the Kenyan context, those could be some small indicators of goons.
So, for purposes of order, we will not open this discussion. Senators, you are free during the time of your seeking for clarification to so pursue that, or you're free during the time of determination away from this plenary to make those arguments. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps to satisfy the curiosity of the members, Mr. Witness.
Yes.
Kindly tell us where the county assembly offices of Meru are located. Is it in a isolated place, or exactly where are they located?
It is just adjacent to highway, and there are other institutions that are surrounding, like the court is just adjacent to the county assembly. The office of the governor is on the other side, adjacent to the county assembly. The library and is in a congested place. That's what I mean.
So it is in a congested place?
Yes, it is.
So the people, are you able to identify the people that are seen just before the governor enters the county assembly? Who are they?
The ones?
We have seen some people with the governor, and Honorable Mandago has alluded to the fact that we have had people shouting. Who are those people who are shouting, if indeed they were shouting?
Of course, there was more people that they could not know, the members of the community. Immediately they saw governor getting inside, they started coming. But the governor not come with them, but they started coming. By the time that the governor was getting out of the compound, there's a crowd even that has gathered outside the gate of the county assembly.
Thank you. Is it unusual for the governor to attract a crowd in whatever place she appears?
She always attracts a crowd.
Thank you. Can we move on to the next question, or rather video? But before we go to the video, so when the governor entered the compound, where did she head to?
To the speaker's office.
So the governor did not, on her own, enter the chambers?
No.
And what transpired at the speaker's office?
They had a small meeting with the speaker, and thereafter, the speaker and the governor, after the speaker had dropped, then speaker and governor went to the county assembly, and they were received, whereby the speaker welcomed.
Thank you. Can we now play video KMS20C? KMS20C.
We have a special sitting, that is the address of the first address of the governor, the members of the county assembly. And I will be very short that I would wish to welcome My Excellency, Honorable Bishop of Mombasa, for the first time that he is coming to this assembly. Our first remarks being the first sitting that we are with the governor this afternoon. So, Honorable Governor, Bishop of Mombasa, we are 69 members in this assembly, 45 elected and 24 nominated. Then also Governor, we are the United Democratic Party, which is the majority party.
Honorable Speaker of the County Assembly, the Deputy Governor, honorable members of the County Assembly, officers of the national government and the county government president. It is an honor and privilege to stand before you, Honorable Speaker, and honorable member of the Assembly, and address you as the governor of the great country of Meru. Indeed, this is the team that people of Meru count place to trust, to steer the development agenda of the county in the next 5 are manifestos that we shared with our people in the just concluded campaign period. I acknowledge that we are all here, the Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the Assembly, and the Deputy Governor, and I, as a result of the electoral process that was vigorous, involving, and highly competitive. I salute the law for emerging out of victories. I have no doubt that this Assembly
Order number 3, adjournment. Honourable members, this assembly stands adjourned up to 25th of Tuesday, 2022 at 10 a.m. Thank you.
That video is self-explanatory. I do not need to cross-examine the witness on the same. Can we move on to the other video, where now the governor is outside the chambers and addressing members outside. And I'm referring to video KMS20D. The translation is found at page 158 of volume 2. Kindly.
Lakini kama jambaza sianu na kama nyavifani na watu kutabora na ngojea kwenda kwa mtani.
Kindly pause that video. Are you able to identify a stone being pelted to the governor, governor rather?
Yes, actually 2.
From what direction is that stone coming from?
From inside the county assembly.
Kindly, Mr. Chair, with your permission, can we replay that video?
That's the first one. That's the second one.
Thank you, Chair. We have another video in slow motion, just for clarity purposes, and that is video number 20E.
That's the first one. That is the second one aiming at governor.
Thank you.
Hitting our car.
Thank you very much. Can you confirm from that video, and perhaps we can have the video post, for you to confirm the buildings behind the governor? What are those buildings where the stone is coming from?
The county assembly of Meru.
That is the county assembly of Meru?
Yes.
Where we have 2 flags?
Yes.
Were there any members of the public inside the county assembly?
No.
There were none?
There were none.
Was the governor hit or her car ever hit by those stones?
Yes, the car was hit.
Yes.
And was reported at Meru police station.
Meru police station?
Yes.
I believe we have annexed an OB to that effect. My assistant counsel will guide me on where that document is. So then, when the allegation comes up that the governor forcefully entered the county assembly.
Counsel, I've heard you say there is an OB to that effect.
Yes, I'm being assisted to trace the same.
Is it part of your evidence?
Yes, it is.
Then show us.
Yes, it's contained at page 38 of volume 1, OB report number 721910 2022.
Go on, Council.
Thank you. So that incident was reported at a police station?
Yes.
Thank you. So when the allegation that the governor forced a way into the county assembly and incited members of the public, what do you have to say about it?
Governor was the victim.
The governor was the victim?
Yes.
Thank you. Enough of that. Let's proceed to, and I note I have 30 minutes and I still want to yield to my learned friend. I will play 3 more videos, then I yield to my learned friend. Let us go to the issue of public participation. You are a resident of Meru, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware of any public participation in respect to the impeachment motion against the governor?
Yes, I am.
You are aware?
Yes.
How was that public participation conducted in your experience as a person who was in Meru during this period?
I can call it was just a symbolic.
Shambolic?
Yes.
That's what you mean?
Yes.
What makes you think that the exercise was shambolic?
I attended 2, and there were fightings in those public participations, and again, it was one-sided in that in all the entrances, in all the podiums, if you are not supporting the impeachment motion, you are not allowed to speak. I attended situations where there was fights and it was chaotic.
Thank you. And who was presiding over this public participation exercise?
The MCAs.
The MCAs?
Yes.
With your permission, Chair, may we now play 3 videos, KM S29A as the first one. KM S29A.
Meru County elected and nominated leaders consultative meeting. As you are aware, Meru County government has been experiencing some misunderstanding for a while between the executive and the Meru County Assembly.
That is not a video.
Key among the causes of this misunderstanding is the one fund, an issue.
Can we try KM S29A kindly? It is labeled. Chair, kindly can I have the time freezed for a moment as the Secretariat tries to organize themselves?
For how long? According to our side, we do not have a video with that label.
Can we try KMS29B? KMS29B.
Chair, we cannot freeze time if the council is telling us, let's try this evidence, let's try this. Council, can you be specific?
Don't know where somebody is speaking from. Who is speaking? Oh, Mandeko. Yes, Mandeko.
Chair, I was only saying, council is asking that the time be frozen, but he is the one leading the Secretariat, telling them that let's try this, let's try this. I think, council, can you be specific on the video you want the Secretariat to play?
Thank you, Honorable Member. We have supplied those videos to the Secretariat, clearly marked. The video I wanted played was KMS29A. Perhaps the Secretariat can confirm if they have that video.
You know why I'm patient with you? It is because you are moving on a motion on which a determination was made. You had made a motion earlier that there was a mix-up of videos. So if that is the problem you are incurring, we want to accommodate you. How best do we do it so that we don't deny you a chance to prove your defense? You can even request that you go on, and probably during your re-examination, you'll have organized yourself to show us that video, but you can speak to it.
My learned friend, Mr. Dr. Muthomi, will have a serious problem with that because he will have lost the opportunity to cross-examine my witness on the same. But we can, as we try to sort that out, Honorable Chair, with your permission, we can play the other videos.
So, Council, I confirm that we don't have that video. Following your application, the old videos you had given us, new ones were brought. So what I would like you to help us with, would failure to play this video be fatal to your case?
Not at all, Honorable Chair. I can proceed without the videos.
Then proceed.
Thank you. Can we then play videos KMS3, which I believe are with the Secretariat? KMS3.
Women Rep Meru County, Honorable. My question to the Women Rep Meru County, Honorable Bishop, Professor, whatever Kawira Mwangaza. If you cannot manage 63 million GAV funds, can you manage 12 billion? Do you know how a billion is written? You can't.
We supply that as a video. We have no idea why it's only a sound bite.
We are playing what you gave us.
Can we try KMS 18? I really do not know. KMS 18. And for these videos, Honorable Chair, I would really request that we are given time to play them, even it includes us playing them from our laptop, because I'm sure my learned friend, Mr. Muthomi, has seen those videos. So we did supply the videos. We have no idea why, for some reason, they are different.
Can it play on your laptop?
We can. With the permission of the chair, the Secretary confirms that they can do that.
Kindly stop. Pause. Can the two councils approach the chair, both sides, Mudomi and Mutuma, please approach us. Yeah. Members, give us a few minutes.
Well, so members of the special Senate committee has just taken a very short break to do some consultation on the evidence that is being tabled or presented before it. Currently, what is happening is that the Chief of Staff of the county of Meru is on the stand. He is being examined by the legal team of Governor Kawira Mwangaza. And the legal team has been playing short video clips with regards to all the accusations that are facing Governor Kawira Mwangaza that have been presented by the county assembly legal team, or rather the county assembly. And there are 62 accusations that the governor has to counter by way of either witnesses, video clips, in order to defend herself from all these accusations. And currently what is happening is that the Chief of Staff, who is the first witness, is on the stand and was underway being examined by the legal team of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. But according to the evidence that is being presented, the committee had gone on a short break to consult, and as you can see, the chair is back and has taken his seat. He must be directing or giving some directions. Let's listen in.
On the other side, there is the possibility of mix-up, and further to that mix-up, there is an assertion by one of the councils that his own copy of the same he does not have now. So I would like to invite the two councils to address us on this matter before we make a rule. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. My apologies, indeed, technology failed. I have no idea why they failed. Sometimes it could be an issue of trying to transfer a document in one format to another format, which might really interfere with the same. I beg from the honorable members to allow us play that video from our laptop. And it's the same video that had been earlier supplied to my learned friend, Dr. Mudomi. Thank you.
Dr. Mudomi?
Chair, it's okay. The video can be played from whatever device that plays. My experience is maybe the Senate should upgrade also and buy the devices that can play all formats.
On that one, I agree with you 100%. It is a shame. It's a shame that the Senate of the Republic of Kenya is not on the cutting edge of technology, that we are following, what do you call it, legal technology in law firms. Amazing. I think Sergeant of Arms you are hearing.
Chair.
Yes.
With due respect to your position as a chair, are you sure of what you are confessing? that the Senate has substandard, I highly doubt, Chair. And I speak as an ICT expert. Probably what they have supplied cannot roll with our equipment, Mr. Chair. I think let's only settle at the matter that let them play the videos from where it can play, but Chair, your confessions personally I don't agree with.
Senator Mandako, it's not a question of semantics. They say the test of the eating is in the button. So we are now eating. So we know the test of the technology now is that ours is not working. And the one we're about to use is working. So our button is not good. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trusting that the Secretary is now ready to play from our laptop.
Because of that mix-up, we will add you a correction of 10 minutes so that you don't lose your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Seems that even that one of theirs is not working. Maybe you spoke too early.
It confirms my position, Chair.
I am informed that we have supplied them with the same.
Okay. I think we have a big problem here. They are now saying you speak through the mouse, the mic, and tell us which one you want played. Now they will play it. I don't know what magic they have played.
Thank you. Can we look at KMS29A? KMS29A.
Bo, ura na ontu bara boturi age muno. Bo, ura kwara giteka wira indi. Na ontu bara boturi age muno. Bo, ura kwara giteka wira indi. Mwebo karaga bakwendra aria. Ura kwara giteka wira india. Sa karaga batikwendra atwauga aria. Airi ngotoke yantu maburro. Kamuza arrancado na bakarama. Nuntu ramba ndire kwaria na ntu akawira twina barabange bondo bakwite nuntu bokaria ngavana baraba kuruta maoni yo support ngavana ikwere nya na andra kidogo antu bakaraganya bakwenda kuringaringana ninkwenda limbo boka ya
Chair, we don't have the translation. I don't know why council keeps forgetting.
Yes, I'll ask the witness to explain what that particular person is saying.
He is saying that those that want to speak good news about Her Excellency Governor Kawira were not around to speak, but those that were speaking ill of our governor were around to speak.
Thank you. Can we play the next one? KMS30. KMS30. because of time, we can have that video post. We were unable to translate the noise and the chaos because it doesn't come in any particular language. But the witness can maybe confirm if he knows any of those people appearing in that video, especially the person being hounded out of that forum.
Yes, I know him. That event happened at Mkobo Stadium. For sub-county is Nkwene Mitungo, and the person being beaten by others is the former MCA for Nkwene Ward, Nick Burugo.
Is he a supporter of the governor or not a supporter of the governor, to the best of your knowledge?
He is a very strong supporter of Governor Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you. To my last line of questioning, the move of this motion has said that he has no personal beef with the governor. Are you aware of any particular disagreement or hatred between the move of this motion towards, rather expressed by the move of this motion towards the governor?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
I've seen scripts before election and after election.
Are you referring to the clip KMS3?
Yes.
Kindly, can we have that clip played? KMS3.
Professor, whatever Kawira Mwangaza. If you cannot manage 63 million, my question to the women rep Meru County, Honorable Bishop, Professor, whatever Kawira Mwangaza. If you cannot manage 63 million NGAV funds, can you manage 12 billion? Do you know how a billion is written? You can't.
Is that the move of this motion, Honorable DMK?
Yes.
Thank you. Was that after or before the elections?
Before the election.
Can we now look at KMS 18 after the elections, whether the honorable member has changed their mind on their perception of the governor? KMS 18. Thank you. The translation of that video is contained at volume 4, KS18. Mr. Witness, kindly tell us in a summary what is being said in that video and who is uttering those words.
That is the move of motion, this motion, the impeachment motion, Honorable DMK Kyogora, saying that governor is a thief. She has stolen money from Gov Fund, and she has used the same to do a building at Makutano. And number two, She is wearing a love, a necklace, as much as she is calling herself a bishop. She is not a bishop, she is fake, but a thief. And they are not ready to listen to her or do anything with her because she is a thief.
Thank you. Last, can we play KMS 17? KMS 17.
Irongo very chocheanto against the MCs, Nano Rongo, I Meru. Then I wear a mirror to each on the governor of Wera, each your Rongo, then that Joe Mario. Was a anti and Renyao, humiliate on Tunde, no don't go there, and I want me to Pelen to each on that, but I write your Rongo. That would the one Rongo one.
The translation is found at page 108 of volume 2. Who is that speaking?
Is Mwenda Idhiri, the Rindo Minority County Assembly of Meru.
The same person who appeared before this Senate to offer evidence?
Yes.
What is he saying?
He is saying that governor is a liar and whatever he has told the Meru people is not true, is false, only that he was not given time, he could elaborate everything.
Thank you. And while we are still at this particular witness, he appeared before the Senate yesterday and talked of being vilified by the governor in his word. Were you present during that incident?
Yes, I was.
What date was it?
It was on 24th of October, 2022.
What transpired? Rather, why were you in his ward?
We were on an environmental meeting with the governor. Actually, governor was distributing some seed to the farmers in the area.
Was the honorable member invited for that meeting?
Yes, he was.
How was he invited?
He was invited through myself and through the acting CEO, acting chief officer, agriculture.
At what time did the member for the county assembly for that ward appear for the meeting?
Immediately after governor and rose to speak, because I was the master of ceremony of that event, and immediately I handed over the microphone to the governor. That's the time I saw him coming.
He testified that he was present throughout, even before the governor made her speech. Is that correct or not correct?
Not correct.
Not correct. So what transpired when he walked in?
He walked in when governor was speaking, and because of that, governor gave him a mic to speak to the people. But governor was still standing because protocol deserves that when governor started speaking, no one else now can speak in the same meeting.
So did he speak to the crowd after the gracious invitation by the governor?
Yes, he tried to speak, but the crowd was against him. Crowd was telling him that he shouldn't apologize for what he has done to the governor.
Is it the governor who called the crowd to boo him, or it was the crowd that demanded for that apology?
It was the crowd. Actually, the governor was trying to control the crowd because the crowd was saying it's a must that he apologize. At one point, the governor said, I can apologize for him, but the crowd said, no, let him personally apologize for the deeds that he did to you.
When the person alleges that he was violently hounded out off the stage, did you witness any such hounding off stage by the governor?
I did not.
You did not. So in your witness before this Senate, has any of the allegations against the governor been proved based on the facts that you are aware of?
None that has been proved.
None that has been proved. I think that is all for this witness, Honorable Chair. I hope that I have kept time, unless my learned friend has one or two issues to clarify. I believe we still have the extra 10 minutes that you had promised us.
Yeah, precisely. Your time is now up. So I had given you a bonus of 10 minutes. Take advantage of that, Council.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll be very brief. Mr. Witness.
Yes.
I want to clarify a few issues. I think you dealt with everything. There was an indication yesterday that EACC has made a determination on a complaint made against the governor. I want you to confirm whether you are aware of any determination by EACC.
I'm not aware.
There is also an allegation of a violation of the public finance management laws. I would like you to inform this committee. Has the governor prepared any budget?
No.
How are you spending money if any is being spent?
The governor is using the budget that was passed in the previous regime, the budget of the year 2022-2023.
Are you aware of any expenditure the governor has expended without the approval of the county assembly?
I'm not aware.
Not aware.
Yeah.
To the best of your knowledge, does the governor have the control of the beginning and the end of the budget cycle or process in a county?
No.
Who are the other entities involved?
The members of the county assembly.
To the best of your knowledge, has the governor ignored any of those institutions in the budget-making process?
No.
No. Another financial impropriety was in respect to Meru Referral Hospital. First of all, tell us, is there any structure that manages that hospital?
Yes.
What's the nature of the structure?
There is an act of the county assembly of Meru that was passed, and now Meru General Hospital is a SAGAS, or a semi-autonomous body, managing its own affairs with a board of directors, a board of management, as the situation that is at Kenyatta National Hospital, the same with other institutions that are within Meru County. But it is managing its own funds and its own budget, its own activities.
Look at our volume 2, the governor's bundle of documents, at page 161 of volume 2. You can see the document there?
Yes.
What's that document?
That is the Meru teaching and referral board and the matters connecting to the bill that I talked about.
And the following page, what is the description?
It is administrative provisions.
At the beginning, is that the county act of county assembly you are referring to?
Yes.
Thank you. Has the governor directed expenditure of any money outside that framework?
No.
Is the governor a player in that hospital?
No.
Does she have any control in that hospital?
No.
There are allegations that have been made of demeaning and vilifying public leaders in Meru County. And they are cited in the charge number B. Some of them you have alluded to. Have you seen the governor vilify any public leader?
No.
How would you describe the interaction between the governor and other public leaders in Meru County?
It is a good working relationship.
There was a ward administrator in one of the markets you visited, and you alluded to earlier on. What's the name of that ward administrator?
The Mwenda. He's called Mwenda, sub-county administrator, Nkwene Mitugo.
In his affidavit, he says he cooperates and coordinates county affairs.
It's true.
How do you describe that working relationship with the governor?
It is good.
Is he also a leader in the county?
No?
A ward administrator who coordinates county affairs. Is he a leader in the county?
Yes, yes.
There were allegations made about the first gentleman of the county and his words he has uttered. Can that be a criminal responsibility attributable to the governor, to the best of your knowledge?
No, they cannot be.
Is there anything else you would like to explain briefly that you have missed out?
Something small
Yes.
that I need to explain. There is let me call it a confusion, because our governor was a philanthropic even before the election, even before she became the Women Rep Meru County, and she was running a program called Okoa Kanaka Meru, Saindia Mtoto wa Meru, and she has been able to have many people that she has been employing using her money to that program. And there is a lot of confusion that those people that she employs in every place are referred to as county government employees, whereas they are not county government employees. They are people that are trying to assist her to run the program that she has been running as an individual, not as the governor of Meru County, including the first gentleman, who is now the head of that team as the ambassador of the Asoras of Meru County.
Thank you very much. The first gentleman, before the governor became a governor or woman rep, we were told that he was a cultural ambassador.
It's true.
Who appointed him the cultural ambassador of Meru County?
I can't remember.
You can't remember?
Yeah.
Does he have any other activities?
Your time is up. 2 more minutes, close up.
Does he have any other activities he has engaged in that promotes the county of Meru's image, the first gentleman, in an independent capacity?
Yes.
Such as?
He has been a musician and as much MC of some functions, and we have also been using him as the MC in our functions before governor was elected in Meru County.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairman, that's all for this witness. We yield the witness to the committee and for a cross-examination.
Welcome. Time to cross-examine. Dr. Mudomi, you have 1 hour and a half.
Chair, there is an emerging procedural issue we crave your leave to raise before we begin the cross-examination of the witness. And the issue is as follows.
Go ahead.
The governor has chosen, perfectly within her rights, that she will not give evidence. And whereas that's within her rights, and she can't be faulted for it, we find ourselves at a disadvantage. And the disadvantage is as follows. The governor has had ample time to challenge our case and our evidence, and specifically to challenge the evidence of the mover of the motion. Our problem is, even as she exercises her right not to take to the witness stand, she has filed before you several affidavits, one of them by herself, some of them 3 or 4 others, by persons who will not also be taken to the witness stand. By law, those affidavits are part of your record. By law, those affidavits are evidence. The whole essence of an affidavit is that it is sworn evidence in writing. To the extent that these people are not being called to testify, and specifically to be cross-examined, we run the distinct disadvantage that whereas the governor's side has had the ample opportunity to challenge all our witnesses by way of cross-examination, we denied an equal opportunity. Chair, you just said what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Now, our problem, Chair, is we can't force persons who are unwilling to testify to take the witness stand. But I also understand, whereas the decision the governor and the deponents of those affidavits have made is perfectly within their rights, the decision they took is not to give evidence in chief. We would want it to be clear from the record that we are making an application to cross-examine the governor and our witnesses on the deposition set out in those affidavits. Of course, Chair, they can still choose. They don't want to avail themselves for that cross-examination. If they choose, they have already chosen they don't want to give evidence in chief, perfectly within their rights. But if they also choose that they don't want to be cross-examined, and we are making the application under Rule 10 of your rules, that they be called so that we cross-examine them. They are not obliged to accede to that request, Chair, but it should be clear on the record that they are not amenable to be cross-examined, so that in our closing statements, then we'll crave your leave to address you on the implications. Because if that issue is not addressed, you remain with our evidence thoroughly challenged, which is okay, but the evidence taken for gospel truth without the opportunity on our part to show the gaps, to show the contradictions, hopefully some falsehoods, and in short, it will not be a fair trial. This is a trial. The Senate is sitting as a trial chamber. So let them confirm to you. We already have their confirmation that these persons will not testify. But let them also confirm to you for the record whether they also don't want to be cross-examined, so that we close that matter, and then I can proceed with the business at hand.
Would you like to indicate precisely on what it is you would like to cross-examine the governor? Because he has given a lot of evidence, are you telling the chair that you want to cross-examine her on her affidavit?
On her affidavit, Chair, and her formal response to the case, because she has filed before you a response to the motion. She has also filed before you an affidavit, which is evidence. We are entitled, of course, subject to what you decide, but by law, we are entitled to test that evidence and every position she has taken in that response and in that affidavit. And it's not just our chair. There are several other people whose affidavits are also on your record on our side. So to answer your question, Chair, we want to cross-examine her on everything set out in our response and specifically in our affidavit, together with those other affidavits of other witnesses. But she is the liberty, Chair. I must point out this, and I've said it ad nauseum. She has the liberty to tell you that she is not amenable, because at the end of the day, you cannot force anyone to testify. And even if you do, nothing useful can come from someone you're forcing to speak if they don't want to testify on their own case.
Yes, counsel for the governor, we shall hear you.
Thank you, Chair. We object to that application being made by my learned friend, Dr. Diankolu. One, for the simple reason that he admits that indeed there is no requirement in law that a governor or any accused person appearing before such a committee can be coerced or forced to testify. That is in the rules, and it would be against her right to fair hearing to compel her to utter even one word against her wish. The rules governing these proceedings, Honorable Chair, require the governor to elect means within which she will appear before this committee. She has done exactly that by indicating that she will be represented by counsel who are on record and have done exactly that. So we cannot offer the governor for cross-examination when she has not tendered any oral evidence before the committee. It will be a prejudice on her part, and we risk being accused of violating her rights to fair hearing. Even in normal criminal proceedings, Honorable Chair, any accused person, whether accused of murder, robbery, or any other offense, cannot be forced to testify. They have a right to even remain silent and have the court infer any inference of our silence. What needs to be done is for the prosecutor of this motion to table evidence. Ours is to challenge and punch holes on that evidence, and that's exactly what we have done. The governor's voice has been heard through our advocates. It would be a violation of our right to put her on this stand to be cross-examined against her wish when she has not offered herself for that exercise. Secondly, the affidavits that are on record were supplied to learned counsel. We did indicate, in compliance with your rules, how many witnesses we intend to rely on. That was not objected to. When we were introducing these affidavits, we did not at any time indicate that we would call these as witnesses, for the simple reason that the witness we've just brought here, we believe is a wholesome witness who is able to cover all the allegations that have been leveled against the governor, having personally witnessed and having personal knowledge of all the issues that are contained in the motion. Those affidavits merely corroborate what the witness has confirmed of events that he attended personally and has personal knowledge of. Those other witnesses would not really be so much useful to this committee because they are only meant to collaborate the evidence on record. But for the record, let me say this. Save for the governor, we are willing for the other witnesses to be summoned by this committee for cross-examination. We have nothing to hide. We were only trying to be considerate on the issues of time, but should this committee feel that there is need for these witnesses to be brought, then we can have them summoned subject to convenience of time. We have no objection to them being cross-examined. Unless I've left out anything, my learned friend can. Thank you. He says there is nothing I've left out. That is all, Honorable Chair.
I think then it is clear for purposes of the record, because for us we only wanted...
Order. Relax, completely. You've made your application. Yes, you have invited your colleague to say something?
Honorable Chair, thank you.
Just hold. Proceed, sir.
Honorable Chair, thank you. There are only 3 issues I wanted to raise. I think the application by my learned friend has not been made at the most appropriate time, because in the course of a testimony by our witness, he should have allowed us to complete this witness. He could examine this witness on any issue, because we said this is a wholesome witness who would cover anything and everything. And he demonstrated which evidence this witness was not able to respond to upon cross-examination. At that juncture, he would have every cloud even to demonstrate to this committee which issues he would like clarified, and he would like this committee to benefit from the evidence of any other witness. Then, other issue I would like to emphasize is that when we saw the issues of time and knowing what can happen, we decided to just get one witness. So the governor has planned her case from filing a response and affidavits, as well as fielding a witness who can attest to all those affidavits. The counsel for the county assembly indicates in exact precision that he would like to cross-examine even on the response filed by the governor. This response is not a testimony of the governor. It is a pleading or a document signed by the advocates for the governor. So even at that juncture, we'll have a complication whether it's the advocate who proceeds to the start to be cross-examined. That's what we are saying. All matters in the response and all the affidavits. And an affidavit is a repository of oral evidence. The most the county assembly can do is to demonstrate the affidavits and the evidence in those affidavits has not been corroborated and it's not verifiable. And this witness cannot verify that. Or the other witnesses who have also testified by their affidavits cannot verify that affidavit. Once we get to that point, this committee would consider how else can it be able to verify the challenged or the impeached evidence by the governor. And Honorable Chairman, this motion was brought by the county assembly. They have the duty to discharge the burden of proof beyond reasonable doubt before the evidential burden shifts to the county assembly, to the governor. That's my contribution, Chair.
Thank you. I can see a red light there. Yes, Council, you appear for who?
I appear for the County Assembly. My name is Abdikadir Sheikh. Chairman, I would like to, of course, the committee and the chairman are aware.
Kadir, hold your horse. We now know you. Lead Counsel, is it your intention to invite Advocate Abdikadir to address us?
Chair, you can indulge him, but again, at the risk of not taking too much time, I said all we needed in making this request was confirmation from the governor's side that they are not amenable to have the governor cross-examine. We are not even asking you to make a decision on the matter because they have the right to choose. But that right has certain legal consequences, which we will address you on, and we don't want at that time to be accused of the ambush. So we have already had the position that they are not amenable to have the governor cross-examined on affidavit. And since that's all we wanted to go on record, the matter is resolved. So I can continue if you
Okay, I've heard you.
But you can hear my friend Abdikadir.
I've heard you. Before I invite your colleague to come, are you really being fair to us? Are you attempting to play mind games? You make an application, we listen to it, and before we make a determination, you then make your own determination, and you say that to be reflected in the record. The list, Council, be humble, Council. You are not the only person in the least you can do. You put your case. Your colleagues have responded. Allow me to fall back to my team. They'll make an input. And if their determination agrees with what you want to be the determination, then be it. If it doesn't, then raise hell. Don't play mind games with us. Common sense.
Came out like I'm playing mind games with the Senate. The only reason I said the statement that seems to have caught you the wrong way is I acknowledge the governor has a certain legal right. She can choose not to take. So even as I make my application, I must be cognizant that she has that right. Yes.
Dr. Mudomi, this House has a long history of a tradition of discharging business. Here, the standard practice is that once you bring a matter to the attention of a committee or the entire parliament, that matter ceases being your matter. It becomes the property of the House. So your application has since become the property of this committee. You will bear with us. We make a deliberation and a decision will be made quickly. Yes, Ahmed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the rules when...
Sorry, Abdikader.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The rules said once the lawyers on each side were introduced, I thought we had the audience.
Abdikader, I want you to introduce yourself and confirm that you are on the list of advocates on this matter. Once you do that, you'll address us. Please, introduce yourself in full.
My name is Abdikadir Sheikh, appearing with a doctor for the assembly members.
Yes, second part?
Second part.
Are you on the list of advocates?
I think I'm in the list, yes. And when we started the hearing, I was here the first day.
I'm not being harsh. It's just that if you are on the list of advocates, we've been going on from 24th up to now. We've not come out.
I could help you, Chair. Abdikadir joined our team after we had already. But if you check your answer of yesterday, I had already introduced him as part of my team. But he is not in the original list, so that we don't spend time calling.
You introduced him on the Hansard yesterday.
Yes.
So, Secretariat, without wasting time, you will confirm on Hansard if Abdikadir is one of the councils. He will be allowed to address us. If subsequently we find that he is not one of you, everything that he will have said, we shall strike it out. Abdikadir?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I wanted to say, comment on brief comments made by the Council for the Governor. Of course, the committee and the chairman is aware that this committee is not sitting as an appellate. An impeachment of a governor has got two processes. It starts with the assembly and it comes to the Senate to confirm. Since this is an investigative committee to confirm the allegations, the analogy given by my learned friend, like if it is a strict court, absolutely it's not. So I support the motion by my learned friend that it's only fair. Everybody who can help the committee to give information should do so. The comment I wanted to make about the analogy that they have the right not to say anything. It is different from a court setting. It is investigative. That's all I wanted to say, my chairman.
Your point is made. Colleagues, I now fall back to you. First light, I have seen a light from Sifuna.
Yeah, Chairman, As I understand the rules, if you look at Rule 10, it says the committee may, at the request of the county assembly or the governor, invite or summon any person to appear and give evidence before the committee. So that, in my understanding of that rule, all we need is a request from either the council, from the assembly, or from the governor, that they would want somebody summoned, and you and the committee would have the powers to summon that person. As to whether that person intends to participate in these proceedings or not, Mr. Chair, you will see that under Rule 11, there is the option of the county assembly or the governor choosing not to appear before this committee. And my learned colleague here has said that persons under the Constitution have the right to remain silent. My only question to counsel for the governor is, what is silence? I mean, silence does not mean speaking orally only. If you have filed affidavits before a committee such as this or a court of law, that is you speaking. That is not you maintaining silence. And it cannot be fair to the other side that you file affidavits upon which they do not get opportunity to cross-examine. The way to test the veracity of matters that have been set out in an affidavit is through cross-examination. So the question to council would be, what is the committee supposed to do with these affidavits that have been filed by the governor in the absence of opportunity for the assembly to be able to cross-examine that evidence before the committee? Lastly, Mr. Chair, I know my learned colleagues know a rule of evidence concerning documents called the best evidence rule, that in fact, Chair, as long as the higher or superior evidence is in possession of a party or may be reached by the party, no inferior proof will be allowed. My colleagues know what I am talking about. In the hierarchy of witnesses, I know you said that you selected these witnesses having considered the factor of time. I am just wondering, counsel, in the hierarchy of witnesses, who is the superior witness between your chief of staff and the governor? Who is actually facing those accusations? I would want some answers on those questions so that we can guide the committee on how we proceed. I thank you, Chair.
Chair. The Senator of Washinegishu, Senator Mandako.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. To follow up on what Senator Sifuna said, Chair, in rule number 24, no person other than 1A, the governor, 2, a person who has been called as a witness by the county assembly or by the governor, or C, a person who is invited or summoned to appear and give evidence, shall give evidence before the Senate. The Chairman, in this case, Chair, the accused is not the Chief of Staff. And in my considered opinion, Chair, it is actually an opportunity for the governor to be cross-examined on affidavit, just to test the veracity of the information that is in the affidavit. And I think it just follows what the Senator for Nairobi said, Chair. I don't know what that Rule 24, maybe the councils in the House can help us understand.
Thank you. I have seen the light by Senator Esther.
Thank you, Chair. My concern is further to what Senator Sifuna was saying as to whether the witness evidence is sufficient is up to you to determine. But the governor being the wearer of the shoe, surely this would have been a good opportunity. And I thought if she's not going to speak, there should be an equalization mechanism to compensate that. I'm saying this because the mover of this motion was heard orally. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. I have seen my Vice Chair.
Chair, I was also a bit concerned when
the chief of staff is the one giving evidence for the governor, because if we have any questions directed to the governor, will he be able to answer them on our behalf? I thought it would be better for her to answer the questions just to clear everything and for us all to have clear evidence and to be able to write everything that we need and to hear also from her.
Senator Tobiko.
Chair, I want to put it in another perspective. Chair, as the council for the county assembly said yesterday, this is a quasi-judicial process because we are not strictly, as in the sense of the word, at the courts. Because if it was, a court process, you would have been across the road. This chamber is, the Senate is quasi-judicial because it's also a political process, Chair. And Chair, my feeling is that, of course, the governor could choose to be represented by her councils. But Chair, for the satisfaction of everybody, the prime candidate here is the governor. And Chair, I mean, it would be best if there is a way, even in silence, for the governor to take the stand so that she's not only cross-examined by the councils, but so that we are also availed the opportunity to directly engage the governor, even if it is in silence.
Thank you. The Governor of Mandera.
Thank you very much, Chair.
The former Governor of Mandera and the Senator of Mandera, the current.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Now that an application has been made and our attention drawn to provisions of Rule 10, and considering how the County Assembly matter has been executed yesterday, it will only be fair, and the option not to exercise has been already superseded by affidavits that had already been drawn by the governor. It will only be fair to us as a Senate and this special committee to be able to interrogate the evidence, and the County Assembly to be able to interrogate the evidence better by the governor availing herself, and the committee has the mandate for that matter. My request is the chief of staff, as the key witness for the governor, may not be able to substantively deal with issues to do with position or responsibility of the governor, upon which is in question, and her impeachment is what we are executing today. It is only fair if the request is made that the governor avails herself. And the chair, my request is we deliberate and you give a ruling on the same. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Senator Tangwa.
Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, I'm not a lawyer. So allow me to argue like a layman. Mr. Speaker, all I understand is we have the accuser and the accused.
Chair, it's a matter of procedure. Can the Senator for Kiambu address you as the chair, not Mr. Speaker?
All right, thank you. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Senator Mandago, relax. It is normal to have a slip of the tongue, but in any case, sometimes I can be so imposing that the young Thangwa sees a speaker in me.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can you proceed?
Yeah, probably. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about, all I see is an accuser and the accused. The governor is the accused. The accuser was the mover of the motion. And I believe the accuser was to come with the witnesses. And so the governor herself should also come with her witnesses. So she must stand on the dock. And the moment we started this hearing, the charges were read. And she pleaded not guilty. So how come now the governor cannot stand on the dock to be cross-examined on what she pleaded not guilty? Mr. Speaker, I remember yesterday, and I'm trying to help the council from the governor's side, because now I've started reading mischief. We were doing well. Everything was going on well. But yesterday, I remember there was a Catholic priest. And Mr. Speaker, he said he was here because of how he felt, because of his feelings. I'm trying to imagine the gentleman standing here is also here because of how he's feeling about the governor. So do you want me to judge the governor from how the gentleman feels? So I urge, and I would want to assist the side of the governor. The governor is accused. And the issue here is more egocentric than constitutional. We would want to hear, we are here to see, maybe we must start judging the governor. That's the way she is. She doesn't talk to people. She doesn't want even to hear. I don't want to do that now, but I'm trying to help the side of the governor. The accused should stand there so that we can ask those questions. She's seen on TV making utterances, roadside declarations, and then you tell us to examine a chief officer who is not even per se a civil servant. It's more of an organizer of a government, the caretaker, I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. So, Mr. Speaker, for this house to be taken, chairperson, for this house to be taken with the seriousness it deserves, the governor must stand on the dock.
Thank you. I think the final submission is from the Senator of Lamu.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to agree with other members that it is the governor that the 62 accusations has been leveled against her. And in fact, the governor was elected by the good people of Meru. They are watching. They want to hear how the governor is going to exonerate herself from all the claims that has been leveled against her. So it is in all manner of good faith that we want to demand that the governor stand and tell us what she has so that we can be able to do a proper determination as the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, okay.
I think that I will start with the side of the Governor's Council. Article 50 of the Constitution, of course, is very clear. And I think that the Governor's Council was drawing us to Article 50I. And we respect that. For the purpose of this committee, however, Chair, if I got the counsel of the County Assembly right, the council is not battling with Article 50 of the Constitution. However, the council wants us to take a note that should we choose as a committee not to have the governor being examined by the council of the County Assembly, then the council is being clever and telling us that there will be legal consequences in terms of when they're making their final submission. I think I took a very serious note to that, to the extent that under the standing orders of this particular house, the Senate. I think it is standing order number, it is actually under the third schedule, number 11, Chair, is in congruence with what the legal counsel, or the council of the county assembly is talking about. And I'll read it. Where the county assembly or the governor chooses not to appear before the Senate, that fact shall be put on record, and the Senate shall proceed with its investigation without further references to the Assembly or the governor, but the Senate may, for exceptional reasons to be recorded, permit a later appearance before the Senate by the Assembly or the governor. My caution, Chair, is that should we leave the leeway for the Council of the County Assembly to make pronouncements after we have finished the proceedings on this particular matter, then that complicates our own investigations. And because of that, I want to finally say that, Chair, if you look at volume 1 of the document submitted by the governor's team, I think it is page 47. The governor concludes by making 66 statements, and that affidavit particularly isn't signed by the governor's council. It is signed by the governor herself. To that extent, based on those 3 overarching perspectives that I've brought, I think it will be critical that we accept the application by the council so that justice is served for everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. Whereas Council for the County Assembly, your application looked light, but given the interest and the unanimity on the part of the senators in supporting your application, I'm forced to make a reasonable decision. But before I make it, allow me to discharge 2 things. The first thing, the Senator of Migori, allow me to discount your views on Standing Order number 11. If you go back to it, not Standing Order, on the rules of procedure, number 11. Number 11 only applies in the event the governor had refused to appear. She has come. So let that one rest. The second thing I want to discount is to the governor, the governor's council. Council, please address me so that we go and write something which is reasonable. Address me on this. Are you aware that this affidavit, which belongs to no other person other than your client, the governor, are you aware that if we accept it as it is, and the governor does not take the witness stand, are you aware that it waters down the weight of this affidavit? Are you aware that if, having said what she has said here, she took the stand and responded to these questions, it strengthens her case? Are you aware? Please address me before I ask the council to also address me.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for that question. Indeed, I am aware of those sentiments. And just to discount some of the fears from the honorable members, the governor has no mischief. The governor has nothing to fear. The governor had not refused to tender evidence. It was just because of the way we arranged our defense that we sought to have one key witness that would somehow sum up all the evidence that all the other witnesses would have brought before this Senate on the justification that this particular witness was personally available and attended all those functions where the governor is accused of uttering certain words and violating the law in the course of making those words. But having heard the sentiments of the committee, we have consulted with our client, and the client has agreed to be cross-examined on the ground of the basis of the affidavit that she has brought before this court, but then we are also begging for time to re-examine and fix any loopholes or punches that might have thrown away during cross-examination. So we are amenable to that request. Thank you.
Thank you.
And before that, Chair, sorry to cut you. So we request that then we have this witness dispensed with after cross-examination and re-examination. Then we can have the governor come in, after which we shall beg for 20 to 30 minutes to prepare the governor, considering that she had not prepared for this particular eventuality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that our records reflects proceedings of reasonable men and women, let us conclude this by allowing the governors, the county assembly senator to also address me. I'll speak to the issues you have raised. You address me on the following.
Chair,
on the following.
Yes.
You address me on the following.
Yes, Chair.
On the following. I'm here to tell you what I would like you to add, so that it helps us to look neat and reasonable. I'm drawing your attention to Article 50, sub-article 2.
Chair, on a point of order. Chair, point of order. I'm being asked on a humanitarian basis that you allow the witness to sit as we dispense. He's looking like he can exit these proceedings.
In fact, he's the most important person in the room, maybe. So please, witness, you're free to take your seat for the time being. Thank you, the Senator of Nairobi. This is why you are the Senator of Nairobi, the county of everybody. Yes, Council, I want to draw your attention to Article 50, sub-article 2, L, which I read. This Constitution is alive 24/7, and it is never suspended. What would you do if I declined your request on the strength that the Constitution gives this governor the right in L to refuse, I'm reading, quote, to refuse to give self-incriminating evidence? Address me on that one, then I'll discharge what you have applied for, Council for Governor, and we proceed.
Chair, the rule against self-incrimination is a rule that governs criminal proceedings. The proceedings before the Senate are neither criminal nor civil. This position, and my colleagues can confirm this, has been affirmed in several decisions emanating from this Senate. One of them is the case of Justice Kariuki Nyaga.
To proceed, these consultations are very useful.
Fair enough, Chair. So I was saying, impeachment proceedings, though quasi-judicial, are not analogous to civil proceedings in the High Court or any other court. Neither are they analogous to criminal proceedings before the ordinary courts. which is to say, the essence of the process we are going through is not to ultimately find the governor of any civil liability or any criminal culpability. And I was therefore telling you that position has been litigated in virtually every impeachment proceeding that has come before this Senate, and the constant decision of the Supreme Court. I'm only mentioning two because they should be in our volume 2 of our BADO. The constant position from the Supreme Court is that those proceedings are neither civil nor criminal, and they should not be treated as forums for attributing civil liability. And I think that dispenses of another issue that has been coming up before you, which is, why hasn't so-and-so complained? Why are you complaining on his behalf? Those decisions, I said, are in the decision about the impeachment of Mike Sonko, who was impeached by this House, and the Supreme Court affirmed that impeachment. The same position, Chair, can be found from another decision of the Supreme Court in a case called Justice Kariuki Nyaga versus Martin Wambora Nyaga, or rather Justice Kariuki Mate versus Martin Wambora Nyaga, and it should, unless I'm mistaken, also be in our volume 2, but at any rate, I am aware, I'm told, Chair, it is at volume 2, at page 69, the case of Martin, that is Supreme Court petition number 32 of 2014. And I just told you the same position is reiterated. So to your specific question, therefore, the governor cannot be heard to say, if I ask her a question in cross-examination, she cannot be heard to tell you, I will refuse to answer that question because I run the risk of self-incrimination. While still on the matter, Chair, it is basic law, and all my colleagues will agree, that proceedings before a body like yours are privileged. Anything a witness says in this chamber cannot later on be used as the basis for prosecuting them for a criminal offense or for incurring civil liability. That is the whole essence. And it's not just the witness. Even anything any senator says, the reason it is privileged, Chair, is so that the witness will have the absolute comfort to tell you the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth, without the fear that the answers they give you. From the Supreme Court decision of Sonko, Chair, the relevant paragraph is at page 158 of volume 2 of our documents, page 158, and the paragraph is 148. That was just pointed to me. So, Chair, it is not open to any witness in proceedings such as those before you to refuse to answer a question on the ground that the answer to that question, if given, would incriminate them, because they enjoy absolute privilege for utterances made before the Senate. But they have the right, by the article you cited, one of the paragraphs in Article 50, they have the right to refuse to give evidence.
Thank you, Counsel. I'm glad and happy that you have addressed me. Members, we have a witness who is the star witness, and therefore he's going to demand for a lot of attention from all of you. It will take quite a bit of time. So if I allow that we conclude his case, then we shall require to, we want to break to make a decision on this one, then we'll require to break again to go and prepare the governor to come and take the witness stand. I think those too many projects will waste too much time. So I want to request, Counsel for the Governor, you kill two birds with one stone. We're going to break, The decision concerning this is being made now. And then during that time, you do what you would have done in the second breakout.
Chair.
So what is the decision?
Chair, just a minute.
Yes.
I don't understand the necessity of a break to make a decision.
No, I'm making a decision now. I'm making the decision now, yeah. The decision we want to make was going to be difficult and maybe academic if the position of the governor was that she was not taking the stand. But because she has agreed to take the stand, we congratulate her for being cooperative and look forward to her on the witness stand. For now, I want to request that we adjourn. We give everybody 1 hour. During that 1 hour, you grab a bite, and during that 1 hour, prepare your governor for the forthcoming interventions. Thank you, members.
Adjournment. The committee with the two parties are taking a break. This should serve as a lunch break, at the same time a 1 hour break before they come back for the next proceeding. We understand that once they come back, the governor of Meru County, Kawira Mwangaza, will be taking the witness stand. Of course, this is after an application by from the legal team of the county assembly. Thereafter, both parties will be making their final remarks. Remember, this is day 2 of the proceedings, and today is when they will be concluding everything before the committee retreats to make a report and table it before the whole house. So we are taking a break until 4 when the committee will be back. Until then, I hand you over back to Broadcasting House for normal programming. See you later.